Yep, I can keep talking.
How's that?
Yep.
Good audio from this mic?
Yeah.
Test. Right.
How's my sound? Do you need me to come up a little bit, or are you pretty comfortable with how's that? That's working.
Sure. Go.
Yep. Is it?
How are you
Is
finding how are you finding the Oceania Championships so far? What's been the highlight of the morning?
Oh, you need me? Okay. Cool. Yeah. The opening ceremony is quite cool. It actually helped me with the name pronunciations of some of the countries, to be honest, which is actually really helpful. Oh, we're live.
We're live.
Oh,
Well,
giddy up! Welcome to live.
welcome to the Oceania Athletics Championships Darwin 2026, Lindsay. My name's Matt Mahn. I'll be joining you for part of the stream for the next 2 days, and I'm joined by Lindsay. Lindsay, how are you this
Yeah,
morning?
thanks, Matt. It's beautiful to be up here in the top end, isn't it? It's lovely and balmy, hitting 31 degrees, and I checked the weather forecast for the rest of the few days, and I love the consistency of the weather up here because it's going to remain the same the whole time.
Well, that is good. We certainly like warm. We like that there's no precipitation, and we like that the wind so far is only mild, although a bit of a headwind it looked like in this morning's heats.
Yeah, I think if you saw my hairstyle too, probably looked like a headwind as well. No, just looking at the clouds, look, they do look a little on the concerning side, and there is a slight chance. We've had a few drops over the course of the last few hours, but I don't think it's going to cause too many issues. I wouldn't think.
Fantastic. So, look, a bit about the championships, just for those that are joining us now. There are 838 athletes here from 20 member federations and another two affiliated nations, associate member federations, and we've got what we're going to see over the week is competition across under 16, under 18, under 20, senior, masters, and para categories, and that's been one of the real changes in the Oceania Championships in the recent editions has been this expansion and how we find ourselves with 837 athletes here competing across the week. It's quite amazing.
And I think the most impressive thing, especially from some of the senior teams' perspective with Australia and New Zealand, is that they're sending some really strong competitions out here now. We've got the big Commonwealth Games coming up in a few months' time, so we've certainly got a number of these countries that are going to be looking to qualify or at least gain additional points to qualify, and there's no better way to do that than competing against some real genuine talent that we've got across the Oceania region. So we're going to be blessed with some absolute talent over the next few days.
That's right. We've also got a number of athletes here that are going on to compete in the Under 20 World Championships, which are being held in Eugene, Oregon. Arguably the home of track and field, according to the Americans. And so certainly the two flag bearers for Australia, for instance, in the opening ceremony this afternoon are both jetting off to Eugene and using this as part of their prep for that.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, I'd love to go over to Eugene and get to be amongst all of that. There's just some real quality junior athletes coming through, isn't there? It's wonderful to see.
It is fantastic. And we are shortly to start broadcasting some of the events of the afternoon. What have we got coming up first? And give us a bit of a sense of what viewers can expect through today's session.
We've got a really good session planned for this afternoon, especially if you're a fan of some of the up-and-coming junior athletes that are coming through, and also some of the para-athletes. You mentioned before about the para competition involved with the Oceania Championships, where we're seeing a record number that are competing in these events, which is fantastic to see. So we're going to be starting with the para-ambient javelin and the long jump in both the men's a little bit later on. So that'll be the first thing that we'll be kicking off, and you'll be seeing that on the screens. We're going to be seeing a few of the athletes coming through very shortly. Now, we also have some masters competitions. You'll be seeing that as well over the next few days, where we've got the men's weight throw. That'll be starting in around half an hour's time. Some junior men's shot put and men's high jump, along with the senior long jump. That'll be also on the schedule for today. So that'll be mainly around the field events. Now, in terms of track, we've got some outstanding 800 metres. We've got some quality athletes that'll be competing this afternoon in the 800. So that'll be the first event that we'll have on the schedule for today. Then we've got some 60s in our masters categories, followed by some hurdles, and then we've got some para in the 100 metres this afternoon to round us out. So a nice little warm intro, I guess you could say, to the Oceania Championships with some of the junior and the senior athletes competing. We had the 400 preliminaries heats this morning, so that'll be one of the highlights. I think you mentioned earlier today that'll be your highlight tomorrow, and we're going to see a lot of the senior competitions over the next few days.
Yeah, certainly. We saw the 400 heats this morning, two very strong heats, particularly dominated by the New Zealanders and Australians. I think Aidan Murphy, I don't have the times in front of me, but pretty sure he stopped the clock first, easing down significantly over the last 15 metres, but his first 300 was hot.
Yeah, look, I had the pleasure of having a wonderful chat with Aidan yesterday, and he's certainly in great shape. He's just recently broken state records in the 100, the 200, and the 400 metres, which is very, very rare in any state to be able to have all three. So he's in lightning shape.
He's had a really busy time too. He's just come back from Botswana from the World Relay Championships, where he was, of course, part of the Australian 4x4 team that broke the Oceania record for that event, and in doing so took out a bronze medal behind the locals. Nearly caused a riot in the final session. The Botswanans would have raised the roof if their local heroes weren't able to take out the gold, which they did. So the script was followed, but in fact it was a great World Relay Champs for the Australians. They were, in fact, the only country in the world to qualify a team in all 6 events for next year's World Championships. So it really reflects a commitment from Australian athletics to the relay programs and from the whole sport. In fact, one of the things that was really pleasing, there were 17 athletes from 17 coaching stables represented by Australia, which is, I thought it was a fairly interesting stat and a real sign that the coaching community has bought into the relay program.
And when I mentioned the number 1988, I'm not talking about Australia's bicentennial. I'm not talking about Celine Dion's Eurovision win. I'm actually talking about Aidan Murphy's 200 metres and being the second man to run under that 20 mark in the 200, and obviously getting beaten by Gout. But yeah, 1988, unbelievable result from Aidan too.
Oh, absolutely, and in fact, not enough talk about that around that 1988. It would be interesting to see what conditions we have for the 200 here and how fatigued he is. He's had a busy program, but he's again running the 400 and 200 double at the Oceania Championships. So look, let's hope for great conditions and fresh legs and great running, and who knows what we might see.
And I think a lot of the athletes are using this competition to kind of get familiar with running multiple days and running multiple events, just to getting that extra pressure on the legs. When you go to Com Games or even major championships like the Olympics, you're going to have to learn to run multiple distances on multiple days. So this is a really nice introduction to be able to do that. And we've got a number of not just Australians but also from New Zealand and some of the other nations that will be testing their legs a little bit in terms of that performance.
Absolutely, and it's particularly important for a lot of our Pacific Islanders who don't often have as much opportunity to travel or to compete in multiple meets across a traditional season. So, as we said, there's literally every federation represented here, from our smallest federation in Norfolk Island through to some of the bigger federations like Fiji and Papua New Guinea and Tonga. In fact, we saw Adamala, who's our 3-time Oceania shot put champion, as the flag bearer for Tonga, proudly strutting her stuff down the straight. Better known for her work in the circle, of course. But so again, the opportunity for these Pacific Island athletes to come and run rounds, run multiple events over multiple days is fantastic. And
from a wardrobe perspective, they certainly look outstanding, don't they? Some of the outfits for the opening ceremony were fantastic.
They certainly do. Lots of bright colours, lots of hooting and hollering. Some of the locals doing a bit of heckling as well. But yeah, and look, in fact, just on that and the opening ceremony, it was really pleasing to see such a great welcome from the Northern Territory. So we, they had the Chief Minister here opening the event, and the Northern Territory government have been a fantastic support at helping us get the event here. Also supported by Airport Development Corporation, who own the accommodation block that many of the athletes and officials are staying in, and the airport. And they're really putting their bit into this local community to try and bring events like this to the top end and make sure that we all have a fantastic time when we're here.
Well, it's just a timely little announcement that the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support in helping welcoming athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for the week of world-class competition in the top end. So thank you to all of those sponsors and those who have been very helpful in bringing these games to life. Welcome back here to the 18th edition of the Oceania Athletic Championships for 2026 here from the beautiful stadium in the Arafura here in Darwin.
And what we're seeing is the men's javelin throw para, and we've got competitors Jack Adams from New Zealand, Lindsay Hendy from the Regional Australia team, Ramon Lewin from Australia, Penissimani Sikalia from Tonga, Malaki Canning from Regional Australia, Zach Lappin from New Zealand, Iosefo Rakizi of Fiji, Daniel Ganambar of Regional Australia, Mark Everett from Australia, and Zach Harding from Australia. And apologies if we've made a mozza of some of those pronunciations. We will work our best across the week to have them nailed before we finish.
I think it's a good time to share that with them. We will do the absolute best that we can. So we're just having a look at the first of our attempts in the para javelin.
And it was Penissimani Sikalia with a foul with his first throw. He's a Tongan athlete who's joining us here in Darwin.
I think he'd be pretty familiar with some of the conditions.
Would think he would be very comfortable with the conditions. They've got a great throwing heritage, Tonga. mentioned Adama before. She's certainly been a fantastic representative and ambassador for that country for many years in track and field, or field and track, as she might prefer to call it.
Here's Canning for his first attempt. That certainly looks a lot better. And that one, nope, Hendy.
Lindsay Hendy is a 29-year-old, part of the regional Australia team. For those wondering, there are 2 Australian teams here this week. There is a regional Australian team which tends to be Territorians and Queenslanders and people from more regional outposts of Australia. And then there is the Australian team, and the regional Australian team you'll see, as we're seeing on the screen at the moment, are wearing an orange or an ochre and black uniform, and the Australian team in the traditional green and gold. Here comes Malaki Canning. Our officials, just marking, we've got over 130 officials here putting on this event, including the bulk of them from across Australia and regional Australia, but there are some 30 Pacific Island officials who've made their way to Darwin to help deliver this event this week.
It's great
waiting for Malaki's throw result to come through the system.
Yes, Darwin, the 4th Australian location to have hosted these Oceania Championships, now behind Cairns, Townsville and Adelaide. So very excited to bring Darwin to the people of Oceania.
Hey, commentators, can I get you to intro that are for the row? They're going to start them early. Yep, the 40, 79 weight master.
While we're keeping an eye on the Javelin, we've also got another competition that is about to get underway. This is the men's weight throw, 40 to 79 masters category. Now 7 are competing in this field this afternoon. Kevin Galea from Australia. Robert Holzer also competing from Australia. George Jankowski from Australia. Drew McDonald also from Australia. Albert Miller from Fiji. Daryl Miller from Australia, and Shaka Sola from Samoa. So that is the 7 competing in that men's weighted throw.
Some familiar names there to fans of Oceania Athletics. Albert Miller, of course, is a council member of Oceania Athletics, an Olympian in his own right, and Fijian record holder across a range of disciplines. And Shaka Sola from Samoa is another one that we've seen plenty of. And it's great to see both of them continuing to throw in our sport into their masters years.
Certainly add a little bit more diversity to this competition, given that we've got also 5 Australian competitors in this as well, which is fantastic. So we're just back here at the Javelin, and we're just waiting on the first result for Rakisa to come through, 27.81. So Canning still has the top distance of 37.52. They're into their first attempts.
we're also competition is really starting to get up in a number of areas across the stadium, and we're also keen to introduce and welcome our men's para long jump, and we've got a good field here. Darcy Beckrick from Australia, Alex Evans, also Australia, Zach Hardy from the Australian team, Lindsay Hendy from regional Australia, Ben Kalanyuk from Australia, Kane Kellett, regional Australia, Tom Lulay from France, Jack Netting, Australia, Jimmy Onatoro from Fiji, Etuini Tolo from Tonga, Finn Dragurtha Nan from New Zealand, and Tamahe Warepa from New Zealand. A field of 12 for our men's long jump para.
So we're just keeping an eye on the men's javelin. We're sticking with this for a few moments, and we've just seen Hendy with his second attempt. Currently sitting second at the moment, 36.58 for his first attempt. And we've got a 35.62 for his second attempt. So not quite as far as the first. Not too far from that leading position.
Looks like that was Zach Harding from Australia. Had a first throw of 28.82. We've just seen his second throw. Just waiting for the result to come in. A 30.06. So he's advanced and progressed his distance with a better second attempt, improving by a bit over a metre. Is Zach Harding, young boy from Australia. Looks like next on the board, it looks like it's Jack Adams from New Zealand with the next to throw. Sorry. Yes, it is. We're just getting the results confirmed from Zach Harding. A good throw from Jack. Kirstine Farrance, one of our officials on duty measuring. And how did Jack go? Well done. Jack has thrown 29.12 with his second throw. So not quite as good as the first, but a consistent set so far, as it looks like Ramon Lewin from the regional Australia team to throw next.
So our first attempt of 11.67 for Lewin. We'll wait for the results to come through. Have you had much of a career in javelin?
No, I can't say I've had an extensive javelin career. We did have a competition last year in the Cook Islands where we were able to do some throws, and but unfortunately javelin wasn't on offer. I'm not sure. I don't think they trusted us with the implements. Instead, we had the great Dame Valerie Adams coaching us with some shot put, and it was a good fun time. But the last time I've been in a circle throwing. Here we go. Young athlete from Tonga. Looks like that might be Panisimani Sakalia from Tonga. Had a foul with his first attempt. Let's see how we go with that one. A foul also with the second. Just in the background, you'll notice we're picking up a little bit of vision of the high jump. It's the men's under 18 high jump. We might just quickly run through the competitors in that event as well. It looks like we have Conrad Ferndorfler from New Zealand, Ethan Gratian from Australia, Sebastian Harding, Australia, LeSean Murphy, Regional Australia, Luke Potter-Geets, Regional Australia, Buddy Schubert in the Australian team, and Darcy Webb in the Regional Australian team. And they're all 16 and 17-year-old young men who many of them putting on a national singlet for the first time in their athletic careers.
Isn't it wonderful to be a part of that too? I know I've spoken with so many junior athletes over the last couple of days, and this means so much to them from so many nations that they get to wear their country's colours. And for the first time, it's just a wonderful experience for them.
It is. We've been lucky enough to have the juniors, the under 16, under 18s from New Zealand staying in the same hotel as we are. And I must say there really is quite a buzz in the hallways, in the lifts, by the pool and around the place with these young athletes, pulling fresh tracksuits. And although I'm not sure they're going to need the tracksuit tops and bottoms much in this weather, but pulling them out of the kit bag and proudly donning them, as I said, many of them for the first time.
Yeah, no, it's an exciting time to be competing. And the beautiful thing too, I mean, for those of you who are joining us wherever you are in the world, using us on the World Athletics YouTube page, we're also following this on the Oceania Athletics Live, and this website is fantastic. You can virtually get a live update of every single event, and you can also see who is currently leading in pretty much all of these events. So we can give you some kind of live snapshots as it stands across multiple disciplines over the next few days, which is amazing. So if we look at the men's javelin, the men's para javelin, we still have Malachi Canning, who is currently leading that with a 37.52. Now we're just looking at some footage of the men's long jump, the para long jump. And we have a few competitors that are going to be between a few different disciplines over the next couple of days, because you would see Lindsay Hendy on the start list as well. He's kind of going between the two. So Zach Harding there had a first attempt of 3.92, but Lindsay's just jumped a 5.35, which gives you a bit of an update on how good this guy is. In the men's weighted throw, went through the start list a little earlier as well. Robert Holzer from Australia is our current leader with an 11.50 next to his name. Just getting some footage of some of those throwers now.
Albert Miller just leaving, not looking happy. He's got a little bit of work to do, Albert, having pumped Albert and Shaka up for their throwing prowess. Come on, guys, lift.
So we're back to the javelin. And we've got Ganambar. Gee, that's a handy attempt from him. Sitting in third place, not too far away from second.
Throwers circle. We've got D Miller and A Miller, and that was Kevin Galea that we just saw throw. Then he had a 10.65 with his first. was Jack Adams from New Zealand. We've just seen with his third throw. He's so far his opening throw of 29.85 is his best, and we're just waiting for his third throw result to come in.
So it looks like every competitor has so far thrown their best result in their first attempt. But Jack Adams, wow.
Absolutely gone boom, 36.62. So that's a big improvement, and puts him into second position behind Malaki Canning, who threw a 37.52 with his first attempt. So the young New Zealander putting a bit of pressure on Malaki Canning from regional Australia.
That's a huge result from Adams. We're just waiting on the results from Lewin.
Looks like the French competitor Lulay in the long jump, spending a bit of time in the sand.
Tell you what, if he was looking for a highlights reel, that's not a bad couple of seconds there from him.
Correct. And while I said he was French, and our stat sheet says he's the French competitor, he is of course wearing a New Caledonia singlet. So a young Tongan boy has just thrown his third. Panisi Mani Sakalia had a foul with his first three attempts. And hopeful to get a throw on the board.
And he does. He's got a 24.81 next to his name, so he will add a result for the score sheet.
Wow, I missed the competitor, but that was a big throw. Looks like it was Malaki. Malaki Canning, who we know threw a 37. The camera angles here we're still getting used to, but it looks like it was pretty close to 40, yeah. Exactly. So, no, 37.61. So, gee, again, a very consistent set of throws, with 22 centimetre spread across the three throws. Okay, and the next event to get underway here at the stadium is the men's under-18 high jump. And we have got a field of 7 competing in this event. And we'd just like to introduce Conrad Ferndorfler from New Zealand, Ethan Gratian, Australia, Sebastian Harding, Australia, Lee Sean Murphy, regional Australia, Luke Potter-Geets, also from regional Australia, Buddy Schubert from Australia, and rounding out the field, Darcy Webb from the regional Australia team.
Yeah. Test, why?
back here, and if you're joining us for the first time, wherever you are around the world, welcome to the 18th edition of the Oceania Athletics Championship. We're coming live from Darwin, up here at the top end of the Northern Territory, Australia. Now, we'll give around the field update, I guess we could say, on what we've got right now, who are our leaders, who are the threats in the current competition. So let's have a look first of all at the men's javelin throw, para javelin. So our leader currently is Canning from regional Australia with a distance of 37.61. Adams from New Zealand with 36.2, and Hendy with 36.60. The current top three in the para javelin. In the para long jump, Hendy, who's kind of going backwards and forwards between two disciplines at the moment. Hendy currently in the lead there with a 5.35. Lou Late from France, 5.13. Led 5.07 from regional Australia. The men's masters weighted throw, our current leader, Robert Holzer from Australia, 12.49. Kevin Galea with a 10.65, and Daryl Miller the 10.34. All three of those from Australia. We'll keep an eye also on the under 18 high jump. This is probably a little tricky to try and work out exactly who our leaders are, but we still have some competitors. We have three currently jumping at 180. Buddy Schubert from Australia, Ethan Gratian from Australia, Sebastian Harding's also from Australia. So it looks like they're going through to 185. So we'll keep an eye on what those heights are as they come through. As we've got here Hendy,
the busy boy.
Could come away with two medals all at the same time.
Could indeed. He looks happy with that.
Yep.
Got a bit of a skip in his jump.
Must be that first name.
Absolutely. Yes, with a name like Lindsay, how could you go wrong? It looked like we're getting some vision from the men's under 18 shot put.
So Everett from Australia throwing a 30.99.
It's a big third throw for him. Improvement of 2 metres. Kalaniak on the runway. Gets the white flag.
Seeing footage of that shot, but it looks like they're just in their warm-up stages. So we'll run through that start list and go through some results once we kind of get confirmation that that's about to get underway. But looks like that they're just in their warm-up throws, or puts as we like to call it, depending on how serious you are on the shot put.
Albert Miller from Fiji. Looks like he's just moved up the leaderboard into second place with his fourth throw. Or actually, it was only his third attempt. He did pass on his what would have been his third throw, but Albert's thrown an 11.37. Must be the good night's sleep he got last night.
I was going to say, he tapered off his third throw and has pulled out a doozer for a fourth.
Absolutely. Oh. Shakasola in
the high jump. And that is
Conrad Berndorfler with a miss at 160. His first for the competition.
so Evans from New South Wales here in Australia. With an attempt in the long jump. So we're not too far away from the start in the under 18 shot put. Just in the final stages of their warm-up puts. Frenchman. So this might be a good time just to provide a quick update of what's happening in the long jump. So Hendy still with that lead through performance in his second jump, moved to 550. Tom Boulay. 513 was his first attempt and is still his best result. So he's currently in second spot. Kane Kellett from regional Australia with a 507 in that third position. Darcy Beckrig from South Australia for second attempt. First attempt, 468. So we'll keep an eye on what that second result is going to come through. Meantime, we're back at the high jump. Geez, he made that look easy. 1-5. Murphy. So a few of these jumpers won't enter the high jump competition until it gets a little bit closer to their standard. So we've currently got two that are jumping at the moment, being Murphy and Berndorfler. Be a few more added to the competition as the heights increase. Jack Netting here, also from South Australia. He's more of a sprinter, more of a 60 and 100 metre sprinter. Quite often see that the sprinters do quite often cross over into long jump as well. Kevin Galea. So update on the men's weighted throw. So we still have Robert Holzer as our leader with a 12.49. Last two attempts though were fouls. Albert Miller with an 11.37.
Yeah. I can hear me there now.
Darcy Miller in third spot with a 10.72. So that's our current leaderboard in the men's weighted throw. Murphy at 170. Realistically, Murphy should have started a lot later than this. There's been some outstanding jumps from him so far. 5 out of 5 in terms of clear passes. Miller.
Yeah. Check 1, 2, 2. Yeah. Yeah. I can hear me. Yeah.
So the New Zealander in the long jump.
Take gate off.
And red flag's gone up for a foul.
Gate
Be a
down
fair
a
distance
bit.
over the line there.
Alrighty, and let's bring this down in our field because it's 32, 33. So down 32 and 3. So we'll match you there. We'll bring this down to 3 over here. And make that 32, yeah. This is going to our stream, yeah. Alrighty.
So the last two attempts from Solar were fouls. So hopefully, it looks like that's potentially another foul next to his name as well.
Shaka was shot to fame at the 2005 World Athletics Championships. He's quite a character. He's won a couple of gold medals at Pacific Games in 2003 in Suva and 2007 in Apia in both discus and shot. And, of course, was the Oceania champion in both shot and discus in 2004 Townsville, and then 7 years later in Apia, backed up with a gold in the discus. Got some work to do if he's to add to that gold medal tally today.
Yeah, well, at least if we can try and get a result on the board. His last 3 have been fouls, so hopefully we can just get one to land. Now, speaking of good results, we're just about to see Murphy go for 175 in the high jump, but we're going to cross to Harding in the long jump. Doesn't look too particularly happy with that attempt.
Go back and talk to his coach and look for what improvements he needs to make.
Well, if we look at the overall picture, his first attempt versus his second attempt, he improved on his second attempt.
Not quite as good with his third jumping, 371.
So we're just starting to add a few more athletes here in the high jump. That was Darcy Webb with his first appearance, clearing 175 on the first attempt. So the overall picture is that we have 7 competing. Now here's my mate Lindsay Hendy. What can't this guy do? Leading the long jump. 3rd in the javelin, all at the same time.
Another nice jump there, clean, gets the white flag. Love some of the local touches at these meets, and we're being well supported by the NT athletics team, and I love the little local touch of the croc witch's hat.
Commentators, can you
long
please
way.
announce the shot put is starting and go through the athlete?
The next event
3
that
o'clock.
is likely to start is the men's under 18 shot put. Of course, these young men are throwing a 5 kilo put. And the first to throw will be Alonso Acosta from Guam, Maxwell Austin from regional Australia, Thomas Bauman, also of regional Australia, Connor Brady of New Zealand, Leon Caffrey from the Cook Islands, Setariki Dawai from Fiji, Bill Thomas, Finica Falau from Australia, Fraser Hazeldine from New Zealand, Zane Keeler, Australia, David Savia from Fiji, Viliami Tuli from Tonga, and rounding out the field, our 12th competitor, Connor Wilson of Australia. That's the field for you for the under-18 men's shot put, which is just about to get underway.
That was Zane Keeler with his first attempt, and the white flag is up to get that 5th discipline underway. So 5 disciplines happening right now. It's all happening here in Darwin for these Oceania Athletics Championships. The 18th edition. As Connor Brady heads to the plate. And that's a handy start. White flag has gone up as well for Brady. So Keeler with a 14.8
back to Javelin.
for his first attempt. And Brady bettering that result with a 15.27. So in the early days of the shot put, we've seen some very good distances so far. Got Acosta.
Alonso Acosta of Guam. First throw.
They never look too particularly happy with their results, do they?
No, early days though, early days.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, it's not the most common thing to see the best result happen in the first one. Sometimes it's just nice to get a few on the board. Just get a bit of a feel of what's happening.
Looks like Viliami Tuli from Tonga with his first, gets the white flag. Thumbs
So
up
we are
all
going to
round.
stick with Javelin now for 4 throws. 4 throws.
Going to turn our attention to the other end of the field and have a little look at this javelin competition that's going on.
Yeah, we're getting to the pointy end of it now.
No pun intended. Zach Harding prepares for his 4th. The best so far in this competition of 30.06. What can he do?
Keep an eye on the flag here. It has gone up. I was thinking whether a bit of point that was entered, but
28.80, so he won't advance. Very close to his first throw. Also 28.80. Next on the board will be Panisi Samani Sakalia of Tonga.
his first 2 attempts were fouls. third attempt was a 24.81, and this one will also be a foul.
It's a challenging event, the Jav.
There's two complexities to it, isn't it? You've got to make sure that you throw behind the line, but then you've also got to make sure that the point goes into the ground. So I was definitely very good at making sure I stayed behind the line. It was a matter of getting the point in. That was the tricky part.
Here comes Zach Lappin for his fourth.
He's had a nice little progression, Zach Lappin, 25-26, and then increasing just ever so slightly in each of his 3 throws.
Sefa Isa, BG, will be the next to throw. Nice throw.
That's a mighty attempt.
His best so far has been his first, which was a 27.81. See what he can do with that fourth attempt. The 25.51. Gannon Barr from the Regional Australia team will be our next competitor.
Look, if anyone's going to break into that top 3, going to be this one here. Currently sitting in 4th spot with a 34.89.
He'll be thumbs up. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's proud of that result.
He's given us the big smile. We love it. Trying to force his way onto the podium.
$31.51 won't do it though, so he's going to have to throw near to his best to reach that podium. With Zach Harding. 30.06 is his best attempt. Very handy attempt there from Zach, although he's undecided about whether he's happy with it. No, that probably tells me he's not.
Waiting for that result to come through.
Everett with the 4th attempt. 30.99 next to his name.
Just crossing back. For those on our live stream, we've just crossed back to the men's under 18 shot put, and looking at it, all of our competitors have now had a throw. And it looks like we might have Viliami Tuli from Tonga in the lead with a 16.65. Connor Wilson. That was Zane Keeler in the circle. He had a 14.80 with his first. Had him in 6th position. Hoping to improve on that with that throw we've just seen.
Yeah, so as mentioned just before, Connor Wilson there in 2nd with 16.39. Hazel Dean from New Zealand with a 15.88. So a very, very good result there from Zane Keeler, 17.40, and has jumped up into that top spot for the first competitor having 2 attempts. So the New Zealander. So in 5th spot, 15.27 was his first attempt.
Interesting strategy to see what our athletes in this event adopt, whether they come out with a bang or whether they prefer to ease into it. Certainly in Zane's case, he's gone boom with his second.
Can't say I've had too much experience throwing a 5 kilo weight around.
Alonso Acosta. A nice throw from Alonso Acosta of Guam. 13.50 with his first attempt.
Line and length is really important here in the shot put, and both of his attempts have pretty much landed smack bang in the middle of the big V, the allowed zone. So most efficient way to get distance is going straight down the middle.
Tooley from Tonga. Great contingent of Tongan throwers here this week.
Don't their kits look fantastic?
And just always got a smile on their face.
They do. Tooley
throwing a 16.61, so just shy of his first attempt, only 4 centimetres difference. Very good.
Very consistent between first and second attempt. So Austin, 12.95 was his first, and I dare say that is a significant improvement from the 12.95 just done.
Like it could be Thomas Bauman, regional Australia team, who's next into the circle. And in fact, yes, it is. Again, gets away a nice clean throw. He hit through a 12.95 with his first. Hoping to improve on that. Looks happy enough. And it is, as he should be happy, 13.75. So it's a 1.5 metre improvement on his first. So good throwing, Thomas, and good luck for the remainder of this competition. Leon Caffrey of the Cook Islands enters the circle. Again, a nice clean throw, gets the white flag.
Looks like a number of these throwers are improving on their second attempts to their first, so maybe they're going with your suggestion of warming their way into it. As Caffrey's done the same thing there as well.
Yes, Caffrey threw a 15.73 with that second attempt. Seen a red flag for Fraser Hazeldine. Might be happy with that, but early days in the comp.
It
Still
is.
got time.
Also looks like he might be the only left-handed shot putter as well in the competition for this afternoon.
Phil Thomas has just had his second throw. Not happy. Shakes the head. Tosses the towel. Regroup for his third.
Maybe not enough chalk on his neck.
Did get the white flag. Oh, he should be happy. 16.68, so he's improved
Beautiful.
significantly on his first. Anyway, he might have plenty more in his kit bag where they came from and have loftier ambitions.
So Connor Wilson 16:39 for his first attempt. Marginally out of that podium spot so far. Early days, but good to get a few confident results. And nope. Not on this occasion for his second attempt. Red flag's gone up.
Didn't quite time his footwork in the circle on that one, but sure we will see more from him. David Sevilla from G. Looks to get a throw on the board, and indeed he does. It seems, yes, we're seeing the white flag.
Nope, I reckon he's crossed the line as a foul.
Disappointing.
Needs to try and get something on the board.
Big distance there from Setaraki to Y, BG, but a foul. Didn't sort out what's going on in the circle. He certainly has plenty of promise to threaten the podium in this event.
So this is Keeler, so we're all starting our third attempts now. And Keeler is going into the third attempt in the lead for a 17:40.
It's another big throw.
Not sure if that's going to be further than the 17:40, but his buffer is quite handy over second spot.
All right, we're going to go back.
So 17:32. So not quite, but gee, not far off. The two biggest throws for the competition. So
Yeah, he's
far.
in lightning shape, isn't he? Or lightning form, I should say.
We're going to move our attention away from the airport end of the stadium down to the Javelin throw competition, which is getting toward the business end with final round of throws get underway.
So this is Rakisa from Fiji. First attempt was the best so far. And it will remain that way. So 27.81 will be his best distance of the competition.
Happy Daniel on the...
Oh, I'll tell you what. Keeping an eye on the flag. And it's gone up, so he's pretty happy. Gee, he loves it too, doesn't he?
Yeah, we love you, Daniel. Great throwing.
Must know exactly when the cameras are on him.
32.90 for that final attempt. So won't improve on his 34.89, which was his third throw. Next thrower is Mark Everett, who looks like he might improve there. White flag.
There was a smile on his face too, so well, maybe a slight second there was a little grin.
It was a glimmer. And it is indeed a 31.11. A great way to finish for Mark Everett. Saved his best till last.
Zach Harding. So 30.06 from his second attempt was his best throw. Another almighty.
Not sure he's going to improve on that throw, but we'll wait and see. Good consistent set of throws. 28-11. So won't improve with the last, but a really good series of throws there from Zach Harding of Australia.
So it's going to get tricky towards the end of this competition as we've got athletes in multiple fields. So Lindsay Hendy, who is currently in third spot, still has 3 throws to come with a best of 36.6. Now he's also competing in the long jump, and he's got the best distance of 5:58. So there will be some time between throws and jumps for Lindsay.
In fact, that long jump comp may have finished. Let's check that out. 3 jumps. So that's still a way to go.
Now the other one that we're waiting on some attempts from is Malachi Canning, who is our current leader as well with a 37.61. So we may need to come back to the javelin when those athletes come back. So we're going to go to the shot put. And this is Wilson.
A foul with his last. And a 16.39 with his first.
That looks like he may improve on that first performance as well. I reckon that's greater than 16.39. $17.22, so that is definitely a improved performance. Sevilla from Fiji. First 2 attempts have been fouls, so really need to get something on the board here. And the white flag has gone up for him, so it looks like we do have a result for him. And 13.32 puts him on the board. And Dewey from Fiji. I reckon that one's gone wide, so the red flag has gone up for Dewey, and everyone's completed their 3rd attempts in the under 18 men's shot put. So the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts, and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. And we are going to see some very, very impressive results over the next few days. So we'll just give you a round the field update of what is happening. So we haven't quite finished the men's para javelin. We're waiting on Canning and Hendy's results, but currently we have Canning in the lead with 37.61. Jack Adams from New Zealand, 36.62, and Hendy from regional Australia with 36.60. So not much between second and third there. So we'll keep an eye on Hendy. The reason why Hendy isn't over there at the moment, because he's also competing in the para long jump. He currently is in the lead there with 5.58. Lulay from France, 5.13 in second spot. And Kellett from regional Australia with a 5.07. We do have a completed result in the Masters men's weighted throw. Robert Holzer has taken out the gold there with a 12.49. Albert Miller from Fiji, 11.37, and Daryl Miller from Australia in 10.72 in terms of distance. And just an update on the high jump. You've got some footage there of the high jump, and we'll just give you an overview. So Ethan Radian is still in. He's cleared 195. There he is there on screen. So 195 is a very impressive height for under 18. So he's about to think about his first attempt at 198. Now the other Australian that is competing in here is Sebastian Harding, who cleared 195 on his third attempt. So we're having a look at 198, the under 18 high jump. And that's very, very comfortably cleared. So much work needs to go into that lower back to kind of lift that torso over the bar. And that was a magnificent clearance there from Sebastian Harding. Considering that he only just cleared 195, he cleared 198 with ease. So we've got a two-person race here. Brady in on 198 and clears it as well. Anything you can do, I can do better is exactly what he has just said.
And it's interesting, both of these boys have the same PB of 205. So neck and neck in the competition and neck and neck in terms of PBs.
Gee, this is going to be a very interesting completion, isn't it? Looking forward to this one.
Bars going up.
So Buddy Schubert has finished in third spot there. He cleared 185, but unfortunately didn't clear the 190. So he will take out the bronze. And we're going to move up to 201.
First to jump will be Ethan Gratchen. Got a clean sheet so far. Entered the competition at 185. And he's thinking about his next jump, which will be his fifth jump in the competition.
Yeah, you'd think from a freshness perspective, he's probably the fresher of the two, given that Hardinge had a couple of extra jumps to clear his way to the 201. Now the other couple events currently underway. We're going to go back to the under 18 shot put soon. They just completed their first round of throw, so then they'll reorder and they'll start their fourth attempts very shortly. So let's have a look at 201. And not successful for the first attempt. It'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top here, given if they've both got the same PBs. Have a look at Ethan, and clears it as well. He's pretty happy with that one as well.
As well he should be.
So 5 jumps and 5 clearances from him. He's on a perfect record so far. Like he's got the Adidas jump spike on. So now the response needs to come from Sebastian. To whether he can clear 2:01.
Good jump. Had good height there. Just took the bar out on the way down. Certainly
Yeah.
had the better takeoff.
It's just all on that lower back, isn't it? You've just got to try and find a way to arch it up.
Lift the hips.
Generally, the more fatigued you get, generally the first thing that kind of dips.
He'll go away and regroup. Think about a third attempt to force the bar up.
I wonder what the coach is going to be saying here. I guess he'll be probably saying the same thing. Hold the form.
Respectfully, hopefully he's saying a little more informative information than we are.
Well, you would hope so. What's your high jump personal best?
Broke the Canterbury Primary School record in grade 6 and hardly jumped again.
I don't think you needed to, did you? Once you've
No,
got that record.
No, correct. Primary school champ.
Stick that on your social media. And he's done a very good job.
Well done, Sebastian. Clears the bar at 2:01, and they will now move to 2:04. It's the 2 Australians jumping off in the tail end of that under-18 men's high jump event.
So just give a brief update on where we're sitting on the men's para long jump. Still have Lindsay Hendy in that lead with 5:58. Lulay with 5:13 and Kellett 5:07, rounding out the top 3 in that para long jump. We're going to stick with the under 18 men's high jump though. The 2 Australians. Battling it out. Like we've got some movement here in the javelin as well. Canning is making some attempts. 4th attempt for 34.91. So he's got 2 more throws. He currently is the leader in that para javelin. And of course we've got Hendy in that competition as well. So keep an eye on those results. But here are our 2 finalists in the high jump. So first attempt at 2:04 was not successful. For Hardinge.
Hardinge, of course, is a decathlete, and he took out the gold medal at the Australian Under-18 Championships this year with a total of 7,043 points. No multi-sports here due to lack of pole vault facilities. So the Oceania Multi-Sport Championships will be held in Brisbane later in the year.
So Ethan Gradian goes bang again. So 6 from 6 for him. And clears 204. You mentioned his personal best is 205.
It is indeed. Well,
I reckon he's going to be pretty comfortable clearing that based on what we've just seen. So the question is going to be, is the response from Sebastian?
Candace Honest going back.
For the second attempt. That was the shoulder that knocked over the bar and didn't quite get the run up and the jump right. So again, I'll go back to the coach and regroup. Now, the last time we went back, we came up with some really good advice, and I reckon it must have gone through the year and he managed to jump. What's the plan now?
Oh, I think I'd be reaching for the bag of snakes and looking for a bit of a sugar hit. And no, I think he just needs to keep doing what he's been doing. Seb's been jumping really well. He's fit. He's a decathlete. He's got plenty of gas in the tank. Only the one event for him today.
On that occasion, it just kind of looked like he was jumping a little too horizontally. So it looks like the coach is probably saying just focus on that vertical height. Just concentrate on just jumping a little bit more on that side of things and she'll clear it. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's a really, really good attempt.
And that is the silver medalist for the Oceania Championships. And elevates Ethan Gratian, who got silver at the Australian Under-18 Championships in Brisbane earlier this year. Having a chat to the officials. Looks like they're about to lift the bar for what would be a PB attempt.
Well, they're going to deliberate as to what height they're going to go with. What's he comfortable with? Can you lip read? What's he thinking? Well, he has to go higher than 205. Good sportsmanship there between the two. So we're going to find out what bar is going to 209.
Wow, that is a big jump. Be a 4 centimetre personal best if he clears it. Clearly come into this competition in the shape of his life.
Clearly very comfortable and confident with how he's performing. We've all just kind of gone, oh.
There's a big sigh around the stadium here in Darwin. Ethan, oh so close. The good news is 2 attempts to come. And he's had not too taxing a competition so far, clearing it first attempt on every height.
Good thing for him at the moment is if he wants to get a snippet of footage, he's got some clear space at the moment, being the remaining jumper left. Particularly if he jumps a personal best.
He's had quite a breakout season. He's just in terms of his progression, his nationals performance added 6 centimetres to his PB on that occasion as well. So whatever Ethan's doing at the moment is working for him.
We're going to go to long.
So he had a height of, what, 198 not a month and a half ago.
Oh, so close again. At 209, second attempt.
He's almost there. The arch was better in that second attempt than his first. The launch point was probably a little bit further out. So I reckon if he can just get the launch point right, get the arch right, I think he's going to clear it. A little less confident than what he did earlier before. Regroup and work out what the plan is.
Getting some advice from the coach.
Fascinating discussions, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Not happy with the positioning of his shoulder. Twist. He's got time. He can take some time here. One of the luxuries of being the last person in the competition. The officials got nowhere to go.
Hurry with these things. So, watch. Final attempt. 209.
Come on, Darwin. Let's get behind this kid. Gives a clap. Get a bit of crowd involvement. Let's get behind Ethan Gratian as his third attempt at 209.
And he's cleared it.
Gets it. Big PB. Massive PB for our Oceania champion. And there's a backflip too. Isn't he happy? That is great news. What a great performance. Clutch performance. Third jump, 209. Goes one better than his result at the Australian Championships where he took home a silver medal. He's taken out the gold here today with a big 4 centimetre PB improvement.
What a big 2 months from him as well. He has been absolutely surging through. He's absolutely stoked.
At this rate, he'll be jumping 220 by Christmas. And he looks very pleased. And great, there's always a team behind these people. Good coaching and medical support team.
All right, commentators and everyone else. We're going to
Family and friends. Hopefully a few of them are in the stands today watching. If not, if you're friends and fans of Ethan watching this at home, it's been worth tuning in as your boy had a great performance, a great meet. Look at that sheet. Clean at 195, clean at 198, again at 201, 204. Lifts the bar 4 centimetres above his PB to 209. Missed so narrowly on the first 2 attempts and then got it with a clutch on his third. Great jumping to win the Oceania Championships.
Well, now the thought process is going to be where to go now. So this is what the conversation is with the senior official.
And it looks like he's staying in the competition.
211.
211. Gee, I'm hoping that backflip didn't take too much out of him. I'm sure he's got plenty in the tank.
I don't know why you would pull out. I know quite often a lot of athletes do tend to pull out once they've cleared it and they've got the gold. But when you're in form and when you're in shape and when you've got momentum, I say just ride with it.
And great conditions too. The conditions are obviously suiting him. It's just a light breeze. It's nice and warm. And he can take his time.
Say while you're in form and while you're in shape and there's momentum, just
He has
ride it.
211.
Going to have an attempt at 211. So for this meet, that would be a significant. He's already broken the championship record, which was held by John Dodds from Australia. It was a 206. The Oceania record, of course, is going to be a harder one to get, but as I said, he's on track to get it by Christmas. It's held currently by Tim Forsyth, 229, which he jumped on the 12th of August, 1990.
And just also pretty close to clearing 211 too. Similar thought process on cleared 209 will go into this one as well. Just the right launch point with that arch. Mentioned before the new meet record for the under 18 men's high jump. Seeing him on the screen now. An 11-year record that has now been beaten. Heavy discussions here between athlete and coach.
He's part of a big team of juniors from Australia. They haven't selected anybody for the World Under 20 Championships. Of course, he's an under 18, but watch out for Ethan at this rate of progress in years to come. What's he got? Second attempt, 211.
Yeah, he can smile at that one. That was a bit all over the place. Okay.
He needs extra baggage for that gold medal anyhow. He's happy. What's not to like about day one of your first Oceania Athletics Championships?
From Queensland, so these types of conditions will be pretty familiar to him. Recently crowned the Queensland champion. Jump is 205.
The backflip's a bit of a signature move. He's become well known for. Glad we got it today with that PB.
So yeah, so Queensland state champion, under 18, that 205, and then national champion for under 18, again with the 205, silver in that one.
Let's give him a clap for those in the stadium. Get behind Ethan as he comes in. Not to be, but what a great competition for Ethan Gratian. Put your hands together, ladies and gents. Our gold medalist with a big PB and a championship record of 209. Ethan Gratian says thanks to all the officials who've done a great job. And that's been our men's under 18 high jump competition. Australia 1 and 2.
Yeah, big smile on his face there. 4 centimetre personal best. What has been a few months for him. Going strength to strength, and he's making sure that he finds every single official that was involved, shakes their hands and says thank you very much.
And why wouldn't you? Best competition of his life.
And the officials were wonderful to be able to see all of that as well.
Good camaraderie around his fellow teammates as well, and competitors hung around to watch the show. Why wouldn't you? With performances like that.
Most definitely. So we're back at the para long jump. So we still have Hendy in the lead with 5:58.
He's been bouncing around to the javelin as well. How's he going in that?
Yeah, I just had to keep an eye on what was going on. So he's third in the javelin. Had to finish his long jump, go over to the javelin, finish off his competition. He's thrown a 36.6. There are still quite a few athletes that need to complete jumps in the long jump.
Looks like that long jump competition may have finished. We just bring the results to you shortly.
Welcome back to the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships. Live here from the top end up here in Darwin. And we've just seen some magnificent display of jumping and throwing this afternoon, Matt. It's just been absolutely glorious to see. We've just seen a new record in the men's under-18 high jump.
We have indeed, and a great group of athletes from across the Oceania region. From as young as 16 and 17 through to some of our Masters competitors that are into their 60s and some just into their 70s this afternoon. So great to see them all out here. It's been our first session of the live stream, and thank you for staying with us and for your patience as we've bounced around from event to event. Realise it can be challenging, but we're doing our best to show you as much of what's going on here in the Arafura Stadium at Darwin as possible. But yes, so certainly if we go through the events, the men's under-18 high jump, we've just spent a fair bit of time watching young Ethan Gratian. He took out the gold with a championship record and a big PB of 2:09 ahead of his Australian teammates, Sebastian Hardinge, the decathlete, who jumped a very tidy 2:01, and Brady Schubert, who jumped a 1:85. They were the Aussie trifecta that took that event out. If we go across to the men's under-18 shot put. Lindsay, how did that competition wind up?
Yeah, rounded out with Zane Hiller from Australia, taking that one with a 17.55. He led it from pretty much the second throw onwards. Connor Brady from New Zealand with a massive, massive final throw of 17.49 to elevate himself into that silver position, while Connor Wilson unfortunately fouled his final attempt, but with a 17.35 from Australia, who will take out the bronze. So good results there from Australia and New Zealand.
In the men's weighted throw for 40 to 79, we talked about the age span going from the under 18s. This event was taken out by Robert Holzer of Australia, a sprightly 77, who threw 12.49 ahead of sprightly 68-year-old Albert Miller of Fiji, the Fijian decathlon record holder still to this day, and Daryl Miller from Australia. A pair of Millers and a pair of Connors the last two events, with a 10.72 rounding out the podium in third place.
In the men's para javelin, we've had our concluding throws and our points have been calculated, and we have a winner. And Zach Harding from Australia, the 18-year-old, has taken out that result with a 66.53% result and takes out the gold. Malachi Canning from regional Australia in second spot there with a 66.16. And in third spot there, Lindsay Hendy, mentioned his name a few times on the stream, also from regional Australia with a 64.39. So good mix of regional competitors in that field. We're just waiting for the final results to round out the field in the men's para long jump, and then we can bring you the final standings in that competition. So we're just about to hit 4 o'clock. So in terms of the field events, we don't see anything until 4:30. We have the men's long jump. That'll be in a little over 30 minutes time, but we are going to see the first of our events on the track this afternoon. We've got the under 18 men's and women's finals. They'll be starting in around 10 minutes time.
So we'll take a brief break here, and we will have you back here in 5 or 7 minutes time ahead of our women's 800 under 18 800 metre race.
We very much look forward to it, and we look forward to seeing what comes up. But we do need to mention that the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics events to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. Stick with us, we'll be back in a few minutes as we'll be about to get underway on the track.
And welcome back to the Oceania Championships with the first of our track events for the afternoon. It's the men's under 18 800 metre, and in lane 1 we have Peace Adaba of Palau. In lane 2, Kobe Scanlon from regional Australia. In 3, Oscar Wright of Australia. In 4, Tate Van Camp, also from Australia. Got a spare lane in 5, and we go across to lane 6, and it's Alex Macbeth from New Zealand, won the Australian under-18 title this year. In lane 7, it's William Wood, Australia. Lane 8, Ronan Dickens of New Zealand. Lane 9, Logan Penman from regional Australia. And rounding out the field in lane 10, Kingston Ryan, also of New Zealand.
Moments away from the start. Previous meet record was broken Fiji in the last competition by Daniel Williams, 50.37. There might be a couple of runners here who might be a chance to break that here as well.
Certainly going in.
So we're underway. This is the first of the under 18 800 metres. And we can see William Wood trying to get off to a flying start alongside Kingston Ryan, who did get the advantage of being on the outer side. So as the athletes just try and form themselves into a good spot, Tate Van Camp, who we expected to be towards the top there, along with Oscar Wright, both from Australia in that 1 and 2 position. Kingston Ryan getting into a relatively good spot there. And of course, Macbeth from New Zealand rounding out the 4 with 200 down. Just very curious to see how this first lap goes through. Both Camp and Wright have pretty good kicks and can certainly put in some hard yards. Ryan on the inside there, moving into that 3rd spot. So a couple of Kiwis and a couple of Australians as the bell's about to go. So 57 for the first lap. So we're going to be very curious to see whether Van Camp can get close to that record. But Wright is right with him, and Macbeth has now moved into that 3rd spot. So Van Camp is looking very comfortable right now. Wright doing some chasing. Ryan, Macbeth, Dickens, Wood just on the backside there. The Van Camp, less than 200 to go. Bit of a breakaway there between 2nd and 3rd there with Macbeth and Wright. Van Camp maintaining that 1st spot. Now, whether Wright can come on the outer side and put in that big kick that he's known for, we're going to be very curious to see. Macbeth is holding on to that leading spot. Van Camp, Wright, Macbeth. The breakaway is not happening. Van Camp is putting in some hard yards, and it looks as if that he will take out the 800 there.
Very comfortable start to finish.
Yeah, there wasn't any kick. Like, no one seemed to make any moves, or it seemed that they kind of held on to their spots. Just seeing the last of our athletes cross over.
The Palauan, Peace Adaba rounding out the field. It looked to be a 151 mid, just waiting for the times to come through. It was a good, steady effort.
Yeah, it's very rare to see 800 win from start to finish. And Van Camp did come in with the best personal best, 148.84. So just waiting on the final times to come through.
And there they are. So it was a 151.48 for Van Camp in first. Not far behind him was Oscar Wright with a 151.77, and rounding out the podium, Alex Macbeth from New Zealand with a 152 low. Have a look at some of the highlights from that race here, and you can see Van Camp smooth, full as a cucumber actually. Looked very relaxed through the line there.
Didn't look like he was really getting himself into that extra hard position, did there? He's in lightning shape.
Looked like he had more in the tank.
Certainly think that he did. And we look towards the bottom end there. Adaba from Palau just slightly off a personal best with a 2:11.15. Scanlon from Regional Australia 2:06. Penman 2:04. So that's a personal best there from Logan Penman. 2:04.25 versus 2:07. So that's a good 3-second personal best for him. William Wood 1:56 and Dickens 1:56 as well. Rounds out the timed field.
Just have a see if we can go back and look at those long jump results that might have come through from earlier. And yes, it looks like we do have some results.
Yeah, so our leading timer, as we mentioned before with the para events, this is based on a percentage weighting. So Benjamin Kalanjuk has taken out the para men's long jump with an 82.19%. Second spot from New Zealand, Finn Tregurtha Nan with a 70.17%. And Lindsay Hendy with a 73.03 from Regional Australia has taken out the bronze medal. That's the men's para long jump results. Not going to be too far away from the women's 800 being the make their way to the starting area.
Women's 800 record held by Ivy Boothroyd, championship record, of course. Ivy Boothroyd from Australia, which was is a time of 2:09 that she set in 2022. Of course, Ivy's part of the very large Australian team that are going to the World Junior Championships in Eugene in August this year. So who knows? Maybe we've got future under 20 World Championship team member or 2 or 3 in this race.
I guess that's the exciting part about these championships is that these are potentially a really good stepping stone for some of those junior athletes making it to the next level. Something about bringing the best of the best and the best of the regions together to bring out the best in you. Something pretty special.
Some of these girls, it's their first major international championship. The championship racing, but more likely to have been domestics. At the field ahead, we won't go too deep in terms of introductions, but Zoe St John of Australia won this event at the Australian Under-18 Championships this year. The best of 2:08.3. Meet record if she can replicate that here today.
Yeah, look, the start list though, 4 under 2:10. So in terms of the up and coming talent that's coming through, and of course we've seen Australia on a national level and international level with how improved the performances have been in the 800s. The talent, the juniors coming through.
Very exciting.
So they've signed everyone off. So now we're about to do our warm-up strides and get underway. 800.
Conditions here in Darwin, it's very still, not a lot of breeze around. Very balmy though. It's 32 degrees. A few clouds about, but wood, no sign of precipitation at this stage. And so great conditions for running.
Yeah, threatened early with a bit of rain, but managed to hold it off.
Right, well, let's take a look at our field. Let's see, we mentioned Zoe St John of Australia will be in lane 1. In lane 2, Isabel Reid of the Regional Australia team. In lane 3, Pippa Schwartz, Australia. In lane 4, the New Zealander, Anna McManus. Lane 5, Adley Tafflinger from the Northern Mariana Islands. In lane 6, Bronte Bellett from regional Australia. In lane 7, Emma Very from New Zealand. In lane 8, Sierra Williams of Australia. And in lane 9, Abby O'Boyle from New Zealand.
So we're just getting to our starting positions for the 18 women's 800. Mentioned before, 4 under 210. A couple have run faster than the meet record, so we'll keep an eye on those times. So we're underway in this under 18 women's 800. As mentioned before, we have a few Australians, a few regional Australians, New Zealand. Mariana's also competing in this field as well. So Zoe St. John is really working hard on that inside to get the best possible position. Pippa Schwartz there also planning to go with her. John getting into a really good position and has really put herself into a really solid structure here. With the 3 Australians, with Schwartz and Williams, have really broken out from the field. There's a bit of a gap already forming with the 3 Australians and then the 3 Kiwis right behind them. St. John, then Schwartz and Williams. Williams more on the outside. Want to tuck in a little bit just to get a little bit easier for her. As we are going to hear the bell. So there is St. John.
Through in about a 1:01 first lap.
Yeah, right. So this could be a very, very quick 800. So we'll keep an eye on that final time because we could see ourselves with a new meet record here with Zoe St. John just starting to break away a little bit with Schwartz and Williams just trying to hold on. St. John's looking rather comfortable. Williams chasing. Williams getting to the side of Schwartz. Less than 200. Williams is now starting to move against Schwartz. So St. John just getting a few extra lengths away from Williams, who is trying to chase. Schwartz is holding off on the back. So coming down into the home straight, we've got St. John who's just breaking away from Williams, who's broken completely away from Schwartz. Now the time on the clock will be the interesting one. The meet record is 2:09.83, set 2 meets to go. St. John is going to be putting in the mighty hard yards and whether she can do it, and I think she has done it. I think she's done that quite comfortably, and not only as I think she's broken a meet record.
Had one of our athletes has broken down just prior to the line. We'll come to you some more information about that shortly. They are all well.
So, very concerning. Like she's got up and moving, so that's more comfortable that she's doing that there.
Looks like Pippa Schwartz from
Yep.
Australia.
So
That's just a stumble just prior to the line.
she was breaking away from that lead pack. So definitely plenty of lactic that was getting there. Good sportsmanship to get around her.
We've just seen the times there. It's a 2:07.39, so it certainly is a meet record. And in fact, for Zoe St. John and Sierra Williams has also gone inside the old championship record. She in second place with a 2:08.92, and rounding out the podium, Emma Very from New Zealand with a 2:13.67. So big congratulations to our girls there with some stellar performances.
You mentioned before we started the race that the conditions were almost perfect to run quickly, and certainly no doubt about that. Looking at the start list, pretty much the majority of all of the athletes have run personal best, which is amazing.
Here's just having a quick look at the replay here. The closing stages of that 800-metre race. And you
See, yeah, she's just
lost her footing.
Yeah, a little bit of lactic and footing.
Very unfortunate for Schwartz.
So Zoe St. John, 2:07:39, has broken the championship record that was set in 2022. Sierra Williams in that second spot, also breaking the championship record. She ran a 2:08:92 in third spot. Emma Very from New Zealand, 2:13:67. So that's around about a second personal best for her. Going down the field, Bronte Bellett from Regional Australia, almost a 4-second personal best for her. So that's a significant performance. And we've got McManus with 2:18, O'Boyle with 2:21, Reed at 2:25, Haflinger 2:31, and rounding out the field there, Pepper Swartz there, 2:31.
That's even a 5-second PB for Taflinger. It just shows you, you know, championship racing really can bring out the best, and bringing the best in Oceania together for a meet like this is fantastic for everybody.
I think you're spot on. I think there's two great reasons. One is that you've got the best of the best from the entire region coming together, so that has to bring out the best. But also the conditions are actually pretty good. There's barely any wind. Yeah, it's warm out there, but the humidity level is certainly lower than what we'd be used to. So in terms of the weather conditions, it's almost perfect to be able to run some good times. Seeing that today. So we've got a few events now. 60 metres coming up next. We've got the Masters men's and women's 60s, followed by the women's and men's under 18 400-metre hurdles. We have our women's para-ambient finals a little bit later on in the program. But in terms of the field, the first open event of the competition is about to get underway. Men's open long jump. 17 in this field. Watching them go through their warm-up strides. Bring you the start list very, very shortly. Just getting themselves into their comfortable groove. Those of you who are joining us, welcome to the 18th edition of the Oceania Athletics Championships, live from the Arafura Stadium here at Darwin. The 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. So thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition up here in the top end. There is certainly bringing the goods for us. So far, the athletes have as well.
turnout, the crowd too. For those that might be tuning in, Darwin area or surrounds, free entry for this championship. So come down. Plenty of good running, jumping and throwing to be seen across the week, and we'd love to have you here. Good fan zone activities, plenty of food and drink. Also, actually, for our athletes, lovely athlete zone that the Oceania athletes mission have pulled together. Saw Olympic gold medalist Dame Valerie Adams kissing a crocodile up in the athlete zone earlier this morning, having a lot of fun and providing some support and to the athletes that are competing here at the championships. 837 of them from 20 countries, and certainly getting out, having some fun, creating some memories, making some friends, and hopefully having great performance as well, whatever their aspirations may be.
I think one of the most amazing things about hosting it up here in the top end is just that exposure to athletics territory. Very different compared to the rest of Australia with the wet and dry, so they can host athletic events during the season that generally you don't get it through the rest of Australia, and that this whole entire competition is free, where we can see some very impressive across Oceania competing. Pay top dollar for that in some places, but if you're in the area, come and check it out, because it's amazing to see.
So the Chief Minister was checking it out today. She's having a great time. Looking forward to coming back and watching a few more sessions. President of World Athletics, Lord Sebastian Coe, has graced us with his presence. He's a regular here at the Oceania Championships, and we love it when he comes down to Oceania. Very, very dear friend of Oceania, Lord Sebastian Coe.
When he just speaks so passionately of the region and just growth and increased performances of Oceania. It's just wonderful, and it's great to be in the presence of President of World Athletics with us.
Done a fantastic job as leading our sport.
So, some pictures of the 60 metres. So we've got the men's 60 metres followed by the women's. Like we've got 3 heats coming your way. In the men's.
This is the men's Masters 60-metre run, 60-metre runners. Distance for a athlete. Age spread here of 30 to 89. Might have a quick look at the field and who's in this first heat that we're going to see shortly. Ian Lathwood of New Zealand, David Reid of Australia, Sunia Ratava of Fiji, Jason Harris, Australia, Vela Rowella of Papua New Guinea, Neil Marcus Landine Daniel of Papua New Guinea. Oh, he's a scratching. We've got Dan Lamoto of Australia, and rounding out the field from Vanuatu with the big locks, big David Merrick, regular at Oceania competitions. Great supporter of athletics in his federation.
One of the great things about some of these Masters athletes, a lot of them have been competing for 20, 30, 40 years, still just like to be actively involved in athletics. The other great thing too about competitions, particularly in the very junior and also in the Masters, is the rules and regulations around what you can and can't wear certainly change. So you'll see a number of the Masters athletes just wearing flats or just traditional running shoes. And some will wear spikes. I guess it depends on a comfort thing and whether you've been familiar with wearing spikes over a period of time.
And there also seems to be a bit more of a prevalence of the compression socks and the sports tape and all of the other things that will hold us together as we age and allow us to continue to compete. And there you see on the screen our field for this first heat of first of three in the men's 30 to 89 60 metres Masters event, which is soon to start.
So you'll see a range of times. I mean, they'll still be pretty quick in terms of how many seconds will pass, but there'll be a range from around 7 to 12 seconds to run this 60.
We're going to age spread in this event from our youngest competitors at 46 through to 52. So and
all right, let's have a look at who we've got competing in our first heat for this afternoon in the men's Masters 60 metres. In lane 2 from New Zealand, Ian Lathwood. In lane 3 from Australia, David Reed. In lane 4 from Fiji, Sunia Reitava. In lane 5 from Australia, Jason Harris. In lane 6 from Papua New Guinea, Vela Valois. In lane 8 from Australia, Dan Lamoto. And rounding out the field in lane 9 from Vanuatu, it's David Merrick. As it looks like we've just about to get underway.
seen today. Hopefully just a passing shout. I'm not sure it's going to trouble these chaps too much over 60 metres.
I wouldn't think so.
Though it is known to bucket when it rains.
So just lining up for the first of our 60s. A clean start here from all of our athletes on the inside. Ian Lathwood from New Zealand getting to a flying start, and he looks to be home. Dan Lamoto from Australia on that outer side in the second spot.
And it might have been the Fijian in third. It was indeed Sunia Ratava taking out third in that first of 3 heats.
So just rounding out that one. So Lathwood from New Zealand, 7:41 in that first spot. Lamoto with a 7:77 from Australia, and Matava from Fiji, 7:89.
And we're going to have a look at the first of our open men's events today, which is the men's long jump. We will just quickly run through the field for that. And it is Junior David from the Solomon Islands, Alex Epitropakis from Australia, Liam Fairweather from Australia, Matthew Fiso from American Samoa, Wasiki Kamandorokoro from Fiji, Samuela Latu from Tonga, Frederica Miller from Fiji, Jack Maharu from Papua New Guinea, Felix McDonald from New Zealand, Sione Nanasini from Tonga, Piritau Nia from the Cook Islands, Robert O from Papua New Guinea, Jerry Capatiro from New Caledonia, William Reid from Marshall Islands, Jalen Rucker from Australia, Nahumi Talamaka from Tonga, and Shay Veach rounding out the field from New Zealand. That's the field for our men's open long jump competition, which is just getting underway.
Good field there in the open long jump.
It's very strong. We're ready for the second of our 3 heats of the men's 60 metres masters, and in this race we've got Sakona V from Tonga, Mark McLean from Australia, Mike Roberts from Australia, Eddie Sukanavulu from Papua New Guinea, Michael Cassidy of Australia, George Jankowski, Australia, and Fabio Di Gian Domenico, also of Australia, rounding out the field in this second of 3 heats.
So very impressive run there from Fabio Di Giandomenico, who has taken out that second of the heats.
Had a PB of 8.1 seconds. PB or season's best, most likely. Just waiting for results. It's an 8.16. Yeah, Fabio Di Giandomenico in first place. Eddie from Papua New Guinea in second, and Mark McLean from Australia in third. George Jankowski fourth, and V. Sakona in fifth place.
Now, whether it's a personal best or a season best, we'll say season's best, just because a lot of these athletes have competed previously, but that's a very good result there from Mark McLean. That's the season's best for him with that 9.11.
Going back to the long jump, we're getting some vision here. Looks like Reed from the Marshall Islands. He was our flag bearer in the opening ceremony. Very accomplished athlete with a big range of events on the track and the field. Long jump and high jump.
Yeah, right. Quite often see sprinters double up with long jump, but I guess, you know, you're jumping. So there's a lot of similar traits in, I suppose, your strength training and your outside training.
He holds about 5 national records for the Marshall Islands, does William Reed. Looked like he was having fun in the opening ceremony too.
So we've got the New Zealander Shay Veach with our early stage leader with a 7.23. Robert Ower from Papua New Guinea, just losing the hat in his jump. Don't know why he's wearing a hat though. The hairstyle is certainly sufficient enough.
He's rocking it.
Up on the track is the third of 3 races in the men's Masters 60 metres in lane 2, Stephen Gamble, Australia.
Because that's our priority for this sprint. Yeah. You're coming.
Okay, and we're back to our long jump competition. Looked like Biso from American Samoa with his first jump. The meet record for this event is held by Australia's Liam Adcock. Set that in 2024 edition of these championships with an 8.05. Of course, the Oceania record, a lofty 8.54 held by Mitch Watt, set in 2011. The next to jump will be the New Zealander, Felix McDonald. Contingent here from New Zealand.
Like a clean jump. Waiting for the flag to go up.
Shake of the head. Didn't look thrilled, but it's early days in this competition.
So a 6:57 for Felix McDonald. Puts him into second spot behind Shea Veach. Alex Petropakis. And the red flag has gone up. Doesn't look particularly happy with how that executed. So Alex just jumped a personal best of 7.96 2 months ago. 60th in the world in the long jump, and just recently also won the Maury Plant meet in 2026. So he's in a bit of form. That first one being a foul doesn't help to get him off the mark. Particularly against a few of these other Oceanian competitors. So the Tongan, Nanaseni.
Siona Nanaseni. Good speed.
Oh.
And a white flag. White flag, yes, an interesting exit from the pit, wasn't it?
Almost a double jump.
No, you're in the top end when the sand is red. Those that haven't been to the Northern Territory, beautiful ochres, the red dust is very much part of the local environment here. So unsurprising to see a reddish tinge about the long jump pit. And next to jump will be Piratau Nga from the Cook Islands. Alex Beddoes, of course, one of their most famous athletes in recent times. Not with us, unfortunately, but what can Piratau do?
He has an unofficial personal best of 6.93. 6.91, I should say, which he jumped in November of 2023. There are a number of reasons why it can be unofficial. One of them is that they just didn't have the legal officials, and the other one could just be the wind conditions weren't favourable. Could be either too windy for that tail, so his first jump 6.39 puts him into that 5th position. We keep an eye on all of our jumpers.
Still a few to come. Wasiki Kamarokaro. Probably butchered that, but I'm sure Wasiki will forgive me later. Let's hope his jumping is better than my pronunciation.
We've got at least 3 attempts at it, so.
Don't have a lot of info on Wasiki. Come through the system in Fiji. Their most famous meet is the Coke Games Classic. One of the great events of Oceania, in fact. Schools event held annually in Suva. Attracts a monstrous crowd.
Of course, it was the birthplace of these games.
It was indeed. This looks like Federico Miller, also of Fiji. Strong contingent with us here in Darwin this week.
So he's in pretty good shape. He just jumped the unofficial personal best not a little over a month ago.
Won't get it with that one, with a red flag, unfortunately. But you're right, he is certainly in good shape. Just strapping on that hamstring the left side there that hopefully is precautionary rather than trying to treat a problem.
Yeah, it looks like that's his launch leg. So it's not uncommon for long jumpers to kind of protect that dominant leg. Obviously, a lot of force goes into that when they launch off the mat. So Junior David from the Solomon Islands. Good speed.
Look good on the runway. Solomon's, of course, hosted the Pacific Games. He gets the white flag. Yes, recently in a beautiful new stadium, unsurprisingly close to the water, but this one very close to the water on reclaimed land, and certainly hoping that we'll be there in years to come for other Oceania athletics events.
Good introductory jump for him, 6:37. Always good to get something on the board early just to kind of get a feel.
Jerry Capatiro from New Caledonia will be the next up. Here he comes.
The result and victory presentations for the men's Masters 60 metres. Men's 30 to 34, gold medalist from Tonga.
Didn't look too bad off the jump.
Show me the money, Jerry.
Gold 39, gold Tim Escherbach, Australia. Silver Daniel Gillum, Australia. Men's 40 to 44, gold David Greening, Australia. Silver Drew
So we've only got 2 jumpers left in all of the first attempts. Capatro with 6:05
Men's 45 to 49, gold Ian
gets off the mark. We've got the 2 Australians left to come in
Ratava, Fiji.
Javelin Rucker.
Men's 50 to 54, gold David Reed.
Season's best of 794. Not far off his personal best of 802.
And Liam Fairweather, who's got a PB of 803. Season's best of 787. Anyway, to Rucker.
Men's 65 to 69, gold Mark McLean, Australia. And men's 75 to 79, gold Mike Roberts, Australia.
Pretty close. And flag's gone up. So I reckon this is going to be a pretty good jump here. And it's a very, very good jump. 7:53 for Rucker, and has moved himself into that top spot. We mentioned before that his personal best, he only jumped that a few months ago in January with that 7:94. So Liam Fairweather is a non-starter for this long jump, so that certainly changes the competition as we are now moving into our second jump. So Jalen Rucker is in that lead with 7:53. Shay Veach is in that second spot.
White flag for Nahumi Tuihalamaraka. His second jump. An interest on looker here this week. Will be very interesting. This event actually is Henry Frayne, who happens to be in town for the Oceania Championships. Henry, of course, a multiple Olympic finalist, 2012 London and 2016 Rio. Also made the final at the 2011 World Champs. Now we cross to Mackenzie Little.
What a way to start.
And with a second throw. Speaking of Olympians.
5th in Paris. That's a mighty jump. That is a great jump. Great throw, I should say. Yeah, tell you what, I'm sort of focused on the long jump.
We're a bit excited here.
So let's just run through the start list of the senior women's javelin, or the open women's javelin. So we've got 12 competing in the field today. Run through the start list in the order of what they currently stand at the moment, and maybe we'll just give an overview of their best throws to date. So our leader at the moment, Tori Morby from New Zealand with a 58.84. In second from Australia, Mackenzie Little, the 57.34. In third spot, Liliana Davidson from Australia, the 56.91. Now also competing in this field, Lawada Lawagina from Fiji, Rebecca Bailey from New Zealand, Georgina McCabe from regional Australia, Mila Burge from New Zealand, Kana Kanemoto from the Federated States of Micronesia, Sana Latu from Tonga, Grace Blanchette from Team Hawaii Athletics, Maria Mullane from Northern Marianas, and Julian Sosimo from the Solomon Islands rounds out that field. I've got a couple attempts to get those names right as well.
Here comes Tori Morby, the second attempt, currently our competition leader. Looks like another good throw from her.
She's the New Zealand javelin record holder. Is Morby with a 63.26. Of course, she recently got married, so she threw that as Peters. So she'll be keen to set a really big milestone under her new married name. Also an Olympian with New Zealand competing at Paris. So we're pretty privileged to have the Olympians from Australia and New Zealand from Paris.
Mackenzie Little, of course, a two-time bronze medalist at the World Championships, 23, and of course, more recently in Tokyo in 2025, where she threw a best of 63.58 to take home that bronze. She's got a busy life. She's a doctor, works in an emergency department or in a hospital, and juggles her work and vocational commitments with her sport. Quite well known for quick hit and run missions to competitions all over the world. You know, to be back in a hospital caring for the sick and injured, yeah, while still suffering the fatigue of a major competition.
Of course, they're used to working all over the shop in terms of shift hours. Quite often, a lot of the athletes that are in the medical profession might work overnight shifts and then go straight into training and then sleep during the day and then do their afternoon session. So quite sometimes work out well to balance those hours. But you're right, it's that rest and recovery that is the missing point there. So we've just watched Mila Burge from New Zealand, and that is a significant improvement on her first throw. So 38.36 with her first, 46.92 is her second. Puts her into that fourth spot.
We've got, looks like Grace Blanchette. It is indeed from Hawaii, who are a visiting team. Grace, in fact, is doing some work at Oceania Athletics Association as an intern in the office on the Gold Coast. Joined us a few weeks ago. And great to have her and Team Hawaii here with us this week.
They were certainly up and about during the opening ceremony, that's for sure.
Their first Oceania Championships. Sana Latu of Tonga.
So 35-24 is her current best result.
"31 athletes here from Tonga this week. Many of them throwers.
And that's a new best performance for her, 35-57. As we are watching Lewagina from Fiji. Nice little progression here in terms of distance thrown. She'll be keen to hopefully progress that one forward a little bit further.
Kanemoto from Federated States of Micronesia waiting for her throw. She's her third for the competition. Her best so far opened with a 37-27. Hard on that picture to get a sense of scale. We'll see how she goes. Of course, there's just the third throw result for Loata. 42-23 doesn't improve on her second. We'll see if we can bring you Kanemoto's third throw is 28-11. We Sosimo on the runway.
And again, little handy progression here in distance.
Just waiting for that one. Solomon Islander. 31-52. So very consistent set of throws, all in the 31s.
That's the second or third time I've said handy little progression. Maybe I should just stop for a couple of seconds.
I think it's a great sign of the competition that we're witnessing at the moment. What can Liana Davidson do? It's a big throw. She's currently sitting in third position. Looking to move up the leaderboard with that throw.
She recently beat Mackenzie Little in the Maury Plant meet.
When she doesn't quite progress, it doesn't look quite as good as her previous throw. 56-74. Just seen Maria Quitugua from Northern Marianas Islands with her third throw. She's currently sitting in 11th position in this competition. That was a foul. So some time to regroup and set herself for the second half of this comp. Little sun shower seems to have cleared. We're back to bright sunshine. Sunglasses, sunscreen and hat required.
Clouds are starting to disappear as well.
Hopefully that's a sign. Still not a lot of wind, which is good.
So Mackenzie Little currently sitting in second position. That first throw of 57.34. That is a mighty, mighty throw.
Looks happy with that.
Race 3 of the Women's Masters 60 metres. In lane 2 from Australia, Shona Papalia. In 3 from Australia, Beryl Edwards. In 4 from Australia, Lynn Guelphy. In 5 from Australia, Nola Brocky. In 6 from Australia,
And she would be happy with that 59.77.
Lorraine Barron. And in 8 from Australia,
Good improvement.
Newdower.
She's definitely warming up. Better with every throw. Georgina McCabe from the Regional Australia team will be the next to throw. Best so far of 38.75 and hoping to go boom. And I think she may have made a slight improvement there too. Always hard to tell with these camera angles, but certainly out near that 40-metre marker.
And she did improve. Not quite from her first attempt, but certainly moving in the right direction.
Comes our competition leader, Tori Morby from New Zealand. Accomplished thrower. What's she got?
Gee, that's a mammoth throw. That's very good off the hand.
Again out near that 60-metre mark. Three very consistent throws. What is the reading on that one going to be? 58.65. All out there in that top end of the sector.
Battle in this 1, 2 and 3 is certainly holding up here. The gap between Morby and Little has decreased slightly. As we've got Rebecca Bailey.
Best so far of 42, 56.
"19-year-old, up-and-coming javelin thrower. And that's a improved performance with a 42.87 for Rebecca Bailey.
Mila Burge from New Zealand. Not sure she will improve with that one.
And that's a 38.40 next to her name, so she won't be particularly thrilled. We've got the Hawaiian athlete to round out the first stage of throws. Very high in the air, that one.
Again, in that kind of mid-30s range.
So I guess you can kind of tell where the competition is heading when you get to the halfway point of the throws. And as we probably expected, the battle is probably going to remain between Morby and Little.
It really seems that way. A great head-to-head duel with Trans-Tasman rivalry. They seem to be quite good mates, having a good chat between throws. We might look back, see if we can go back to the men's long jump. We might just give you a quick recap on the field there. How we're looking, Lindsay? What's happening in that event?
Yeah, just on the final stages of the second attempts in this long jump, Javelin Rucker from Australia still holding that lead with a 7.53 from his first attempt. Hasn't had the second attempt yet. Shay Veach from New Zealand maintaining second place with that 7.23. Felix McDonald from New Zealand with 6.57 fouled for his second attempt. So it looks as if that the margins, the positions haven't changed in that top three. Piratau Na from Cook Islands has moved into that fourth spot with 6.47. Had the pleasure of meeting him during the week, and he loves competing. He loves competing on the national stage. He loves the Cook Islands, and he was absolutely thrilled to be here. As we've just seen the second attempt from Rucker. So 7.53 was his first attempt. It was a successful one to put him into that first spot, and he's now bettered that, and he's now moved to 7.55. So slight improvement, but doesn't matter how small or big it is, it's still an improvement. He moves deeper into that first position here in the Open Men's Long Jump here at the 2026 Oceania Championships. Wherever you are around the world, it's wonderful to have your company here, coming to you live from the top end in Darwin, Australia, for the 18th meet. Big well done to Suva and Fiji for the last meet. So the Tongan.
Gee, he's quick to get out of the pit, isn't he? Doesn't like the sand too much. He's got a red flag for that one, unfortunately.
That's probably why he wants to get out quick.
Get back and refocus.
So we're all moving into our third attempts in the Open Men's Long Jump. As we probably expected, the leaderboard with Rucker and Veach is expected. Not having fair weather in the competition narrows that top end a little bit. But Rucker and Veach doing very well. McDonald not too far off in terms of how he's progressing. So Mahuru from Papua New Guinea, his first two attempts have been fouls and has not landed any yet. Now that looks legal, and it is. So the white flag's gone up, so we're going to see a result next to his name. And that's a 6.21 for Mahuru. So an improved performance against the last couple of attempts that he's had.
Manuela Latu from Tonga, trying to get the crowd involved. The long jumpers do like to rev the crowd up and have a bit of support. Pit here is situated right on the main straight, so prime time positioning for our jumpers, and he's appreciative of the crowd, but unfortunately wasn't enough for him to get a clean jump away.
No.
Red flag. Hasn't quite been able to get his run up right in the last 2 attempts.
So we'll keep an eye on the results as they come through, particularly from Alex Petritrapakis. Looks like that he potentially could be out of this competition. So we'll find out what's going on with Alex as we see Veach. That's a very good result here from Veach. So his personal previous best result of this meet so far, 7:23. So we'll be keen to see what result comes on, and it's just a slight improvement there, 7:24. So some pretty good consistency there from Veach, 23, 19 and 24 respectfully. So we're now heading to the track. We've got the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles.
And we have no one in lane 1. In lane 2, we have Angelina Tupou of Tonga. In lane 3, Emke Joubert of New Zealand. In lane 4, Tulupi Tali of Tonga. In lane 5, Hinavai Janakau of French Polynesia. In lane 6, Alilia Salt of Tonga. And in around lane 7, rounding out the field, Gemma Smith of New Zealand. They're your starters in the women's under 18 400 metre hurdles. The starter. Good spread of federations represented in this race.
So we're just about to get underway. And a very clean and comfortable start from all of our runners, but it looks as if that we have a false starter.
Czech starters called them back. Interesting to see if this was somebody who broke.
Yeah, I couldn't see.
Just someone a bit unsteady that they didn't like the look of. Long way to come to get a DQ.
So we'll just
keeping an eye on the field here. Bit hard to see from our vantage point.
Yeah, it looks like they're all going to their
Block.
to their spots.
Hopefully we're just testing the Czech starters. A green card is shown. Clear field. Fantastic news.
Yeah, I couldn't see any obvious breaks, so that's a good result for everyone involved.
Oceania record held by Jana Pittman of Australia, set in 1999, 56.23. Tuahana Skelton of Australia holds the meet record of 60.86. We've seen some quick times today. Can we see one here in this under 18 girls 400 metre hurdle race?
So it looks like that we're clearing. We're all clear. So we're going to continue to get underway in the women's 400 metres. Jana Cowd there from French Polynesia working well up on that middle inside. Alongside her, Gemma Smith from New Zealand, who's out on the far lane. Should start out though, so right now it's Jana Cowd from French Polynesia. You can tell by where they're jumping as to where they're positioning. It looks as if that Smith has really put some time, really done well in that last 100 and has put in some good work, yeah. So Smith will be coming down the home straight in that first spot. Jana Cowd, but looks like Jubert from New Zealand has moved into that second spot and might even get close to the first. Really dropped off there, didn't she?
She dips. It looks like Jubert had a beautifully timed race there. Really spread her effort evenly across the lap and came home. Finished, certainly was the strongest of the finishers.
Yeah, and she's taken out the win there with a 63.77 next to her name. Gemma Smith there, just getting pipped there with that 63.91. Jana Cowd from French Polynesia, 105.62. And then the three Tongans, Tupou, Salt and Tali, 107.72, 112.70 and 116.40 to round out the field in the women's 400 under 18 hurdles.
Of course, that was the first of two. So we shortly bring you the second of those. If that first heat had a very much a Pacific Islands feel, it's the host nation dominating heat two.
It's nice to see a mix of countries competing. Yeah, that was a very, very pipped finish there from Smith. Just really kind of stopped and just kind of really just didn't run through the finish as what you would traditionally do.
Yeah, and the Tahitian also found that last 70 metres very hard. It's a tough event when the grand piano lands on the shoulders. Certainly one of the toughest. Famous 400 metre hurdler who's been circulating amongst the crowd today, Simon Hollingsworth, current chief exec of Australian Athletics. Before he was the chief executive, long before that, he was a very accomplished 400 hurdler.
Women's 55 to 59, gold, Althea Mackey, Australia, silver, Andrea Manson, Australia. Women 60 to 64, Rachel Dorsey Lang, Papua New Guinea, gold. Women 65 to 69, gold, Pat Monahan, Australia, silver, Shona Papalia, Australia. Women 70 to 74, gold, Beryl Edwards, Australia, silver, Lynn Guelphy, Australia. Women 75 to 79, gold, Liz Neubauer, Australia, silver, Lorraine Barron, Australia, and women's 85 to 89, gold.
So it's nice to see in the open men's long jump, Alex Petrapakis get back onto the mat and put in a mighty jump for that third attempt and has taken out that top spot halfway through. 791 next to his name, so
it's a great performance.
I was worried there for a second about how he's moving in our lists, but it's good that he's back.
Looks like we're right for the second heat of the under-18 women's 400 metre hurdles. In lane 3, Lakaya Jai White from Regional Australia team. In lane 4, Hayley Collis of Regional Australia. In lane 5, Chanel Charles representing Australia. In lane 6, Ginger Gleeson, Australia. And in lane 7, Mia Shelley, also of Australia. Please Mia comes in with the strongest ranking. And we'll see what she can do out in lane 7.
Look, if she maintains her form, we could see another meet record fall as well.
We certainly could. You know, lane 6 and 7, where we expect the action, although Chanel Charles also been in good form recently.
So 3 Australians and 2 regional Australians in this field of 5. Looks to be a very clean start. Keep an eye on the outer side there with Mia Shelley, who has got off to an absolute flyer and has already started to make a few extra meterages on her second competitor, Ginger Gleeson, also from Australia. This is a very impressive run here. Let's just keep an eye on this outer side because Mia Shelley is absolutely surging down this back straight and is putting in some fighting work. I reckon she's chasing this meet record. Now, the meet record is 60.86. That was set in 2019 by Skelton from Australia.
She looks very comfortable.
She looks fantastic. She's entering the home straight with a couple of hurdles left to go. Got to keep an eye on that time. I think she's going to shatter it. She's got 1 hurdle to go. She's cleared it. Now she's got to surge her way through. We've got to aim for a time under 60. It's going to be close. Is she going to get there? Oh, I think she's probably just missed it.
I think it'll be close. I think 60.86, the current meet record. I'm tipping a 60.23. No,
60.18.
60.18.
Well
That's
done.
Not bad. Not bad with the eye. And of course, so congratulations there to Mia Shelley of Australia, taking out that second heat in a championship record of 1:00.18, ahead of countrywoman Ginger Gleeson, who was in second place, and third place was Chanel Charles, also of Australia. 1, 2, 3 to the Aussie trio.
Just going to keep an eye on this finish here. She was just lightning quick, particularly around those bends. She wanted to keep an eye on that time, and she's timed that to perfection. I don't think she knows how. I think she knows that she's got the new meet record. I'm sure we will let her know that she does.
I think we're like to take you back to the long jump, and let's have a look at the action there. Lindsay, what's happening?
Yeah, this is exciting. I'm actually happy that we're going back to the men's long jump because we've seen a result here from Pitraparkis to take out the leaderboard in that first spot with a 7.91. We've still got a second attempt from Rucker to go with 7.55 next to his name. Veach from New Zealand, 7.24 in that third spot. So we still have a few jumpers left to come in their third attempts. Kamei Nakoro from Fiji is the next jumper. But we're just giving you an update of what we're seeing on our screen now. Felix McDonald from New Zealand also improved with his third attempt with a 7.01, so he's also joined the 7 metre club. Piratau from the Cook Islands also improving on his third attempt, 6.61, and from Papua New Guinea, Robert Owa with a 6.53. So quite a few improving on their third attempts.
There seems to be some deliberation here with the officials in the long jump. Just thinking,
Yeah, hopefully not too serious.
Apparently some problem with the wind gauge. Not a lot of wind to trouble the gauge today, so
Yeah.
maybe it's inactivity that caused the wind gauge to shut down. Anyway, I'm sure we'll be back on track shortly. Here we go. It looks like the athlete from New Caledonia.
We might need to pull out the old traditional weather wall and see what the wind's doing.
Maxie Walker. Rest in peace, Maxi Holtangles. Sorry for those joining us who aren't lovers of the game of cricket. The weather wall was a feature for many years on Channel 9's broadcast of cricket in Australia. Here we go.
So that was Miller from
Fiji.
Fiji. Previous result of 643.
He got a clean jump, good takeoff.
The result and victory presentation of the under-18 women's 400-metre hurdles. Third place and bronze medalist in 1:03.77 for New Zealand, Emka Javelin. Second place and silver medalist in 1:01.92 from Australia, Ginger Gleeson. First place gold medalist and Oceania champion in a new meet record time of 1:00.18 from Australia, Leah Shelley.
So Junior David from the Solomon Islands.
We are going to have a look at the first of the finals, actually, for the men's under-18 400-metre hurdles in lane 1. Harrison Sly of Australia. In lane 2, Jackson Reed of Regional Australia. Lane 3, Mark Rowbottom, Regional Australia. Lane 4, Blake Gregory, Regional Australia. In lane 5, Melvin Chella of French Polynesia. In lane 6, Felix Birchall of Australia. In lane 7, Rianko Haggard of New Zealand. And rounding out our field in lane 8, Cameron Badger of Australia. The men's 400-metre hurdles under 18s.
So three of these hurdlers are within a second of each other, so this could be a tight finish here.
Not much known about Melvin Chella from French Polynesia or Rianko Haggard from New Zealand, so could also be a surprise.
Looking forward to this finish.
Straight final in the men's. Of course, we saw 2 heats of the women's. As you say, very tight between with the PBs at the pointy end of this field.
So very clean starts from all of our hurdlers. It's going to be the 3 Australians that have got the fastest seeded times. Badger on the outer side, but alongside next to him is Haggard from New Zealand. Now, you mentioned before that we didn't have any information on Haggard, but he has now moved into that top spot and is absolutely flying right now. Right behind him, we've got Badger from Australia, Birchall from Australia. On the inside, Sly is just starting to build his way into an elevated position, but right now it's Haggard from New Zealand that is absolutely flying, and hopefully with some clean jumps coming up, we'll be maintaining that top spot. Now, the meet record is 53.56. That was run in 2019 by Cusworth of Australia. So we'll keep an eye on the timing because I reckon he's going to get very close to this as well. That was a very near miss there, but it's going to be a big finish here from Haggard from New Zealand, and he has absolutely blitzed it. We're going to find out what that time was. But that was a very good result, 53.34. That is a magnificent result, 53.34, and takes out the meet record, We're seeing quite a few of them drop already today, which is great. So Haggard from New Zealand, Badger from Australia 55.28, Sly from Australia 55.34, Birchall 55.74, and then got some regional Australian French Polynesia here. So Rowbottom in that field. So Rowbottom 58.26, Chella 59.64, Gregory 102.01 and Reed 107.90. Just saw that last landing just really worried me. He really started to get lactic and the fatigue was certainly hitting, and I reckon he was pretty happy that that was coming to an end. Just that last landing of that last hurdle certainly got me a little worried. But no, it was a magnificent performance. So we're back to the women's javelin. And the Fijian, Lewagina. Best result of 42.92, but the red flag has gone up for her. So just an update on the leaderboard. Tori Morby still there with a 60.40. That was her second attempt. Mackenzie Little is in flying form. She's increased to 60.18. A 22 centimetre difference between the two. Liliana Davidson 59.66. So here's Burge. $46.92 is her best. These are all the final attempts of the women's javelin. So Mackenzie Little is only 22 centimetres behind. So it'll be a very, very tight contest to round out this women's javelin final. So Liliana Davidson for her third and final attempt. And that looks very good off the hand. Doesn't look like it's quite reached the 60 metre mark though. So if that's the case, it's not going to better her standing. Personal best of 63.79 for Davidson. And a 56.55 to round out the competition. So she locks herself into third place. And providing some of the other throwers, she's probably got that bronze medal in her hand. Mackenzie Little. So 60.18 is her current standing, and the gap is 22 centimetres between her and Morby. Gee, that looks pretty good. That looks really, really close. There's a smile on her face. Not sure how happy it is on the inside. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Anything greater than 60.40 will put her into that first position. So we need a 60.41 or better. 56.26. So that won't be better, and that will lock her into the second position and take out the silver.
There you go, Russ.
So the New Zealander in Morby. Last attempt was a foul. Throw's gone on the wider side and looks still pretty decent off the hand, but I'm not sure if that's better than the 60-40 that she threw a few attempts ago. And some friendly camaraderie there to end the competition between these three Olympians. 59.50, so the best attempt will still be 60-40 for Morby from New Zealand.
The result and victory presentation for the under-18 women's shot put. Third place and bronze medalist with a best of 14 metres 69 from Australia, Kaya Wong.
So providing nothing changes, our gold medalist in the women's javelin will be Morby. In the silver, it'll be Mackenzie Little. And in the third place, Liliana Davidson. So we're going to head back to the long jump. And nothing's changed in terms of our leaderboard in their third attempts. Have we got you back on deck now, Matt?
Yeah, I believe I'm back.
Beautiful.
We're back.
I was holding down one end for a while and I was hoping to rotate the strike at some point.
A few minor technical challenges here, but I look overall, teams hanging together, playing well, and we're all having a fun time here at the Oceania Athletics Championships. What a great day of competition we've seen.
We do need to say that these people are doing a wonderful job here behind the scenes. Keep us alive and in check.
Correct. Feeling a little like sardines in a tiny tin can, but we're going to, I think we're going to go and have a look at just looking for the start list. This looks like our women's 100-metre run para, and I think we just have the one competitor, Anna Pipasaga from New Caledonia. I'm just trying to get some information here on the field. No, it is in fact, it's the men's field. It's in lane 1, Juanito Stewart of Australia. In 2, Benjamin Kalanyuk from Australia. In 3, Mitchell Joint of New Zealand. In 4, Levu Scapo from Vanuatu. In 5, Tom Lulay from New Caledonia. In 6, Thomas Owens, Australia. In 7, Ulrich Muller, Australia. In 8, Shannon Winchester, Australia. And rounding it out in 9, Alexander McKillop. This is our men's para finals. Range of classifications in this event, as you can see, and great diversity from across the Pacific in this field.
Yeah, it's wonderful. You mentioned before the range of different classifications. As you can see, we've got an athlete on a bike. We also saw Lulay compete in the long jump a little earlier as well. So, jack of all trades type of operator.
Been a great addition to the Oceania Championships in recent editions.
So, unfortunately, it looks like a false start.
Wait for some information there from the judges. Whether it was a clean break. I'm not sure about you, Lindsay. I struggled to spot a break. May have been somebody that was a little unsteady.
Yeah, I know they've the only other false start they had, they tend to give everyone a green card. So hopefully on this occasion, it looks as if no one's gone to anybody. as we're about to see an official though.
Brief discussion with the New Zealand athlete, but
Looks pretty clean to me.
I'm seeing a thumbs up from one of our athletes asking the question, are we good? A green card, that's what we like to see. They all live.
I think you mentioned before it's a very long way to come for a false start.
It is indeed. A number of our para-athletes that are competing here this week are also going on to the Commonwealth Games this year, representing Australia and New Zealand in particular, and possibly more. Here we go.
And that looks like a much cleaner start there from all of the athletes. Muller on that inner side coming through with a really clean and comfortable 100-metre finish. And we're just seeing our final athlete in Owen. So Muller there with an 11.13. Winchester 11.55. Joint there from New Zealand 11.74 to round out the first three in terms of times. But of course we'll keep an eye on those percentage ratings.
Yes, a range of classifications in that race.
So we're coming back down to the long jump, and we're in our fourth attempts. Felix McDonald, 7:01 was his previous best. He wasn't happy with that one at all. So it'll land a result, but it'll be relatively low. Just didn't quite get the spring that he needed off. So he's currently in fourth position, so he's 23 centimetres behind his fellow countryman Shay Veach, and 5:04. Again, you saw it as he got off. He wasn't particularly thrilled with how that went.
We look to have our next 100-metre race on the line. It's the women's para final and we'll got a big field here. Very much a Trans-Tasman feel about it. So the athletes making their way back to the start. They've all had an opportunity to warm up, test the blocks, get their minds in their lane and ready to race. So in this race, in lane 1, Natalie Millard from Australia. In lane 2, Kira Post, Australia. In lane 3, Talea Blacksmith, Australia. In 4, Marley Lavelle, Australia. In 5, Danielle Aitchison, New Zealand. In 6, our flag bearer, Bracis Britton, one of our locals from Australia. In 7, Michaela Elcote, Australia. And rounding out the field, Sabella Wharton of Australia in lane 8. So we mentioned the flag bearer for the Australian team in the opening ceremony this morning was Bracis Britton. She's one of the locals, Territorian. She's at home. Oceania has come to her.
Also, Kayla Elcote is only 15 years of age, competing in the para-final here. So we've got some really nice clean starts there. Blacksmith in lane 3 has certainly got off to a really compelling start. The New Zealander in Aitchison is also doing very well, but very good result and a good run there from Blacksmith, who has taken out that women's para 100 metre final, 12:44. Mentioned before, the New Zealander 13:20 there in that second spot. Bit of inspiration from the flag bearer to pull herself up into that third spot with Britain 13:40.
It was very tight between 2, 3 and 4 in that race, and I think Bracis Britain moved from about 5th into 3rd in the last 10 metres, really closed and finished that race well.
So Elcote, the 15-year-old, 14:03, Lovell 14:43. Wharton in amongst there along with Kira Post.
And there's Blacksmith. Very strong through the line. As we welcome our audience who may have joined us recently, the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and our local organising committee. And we just saw there some vision from our leader, Alex Epitrakis from Australia, and leader in the open men's long jump. He's had 3 jumps. 4 actually now. We're waiting on the score to land for that 4th, but his 3rd jump, which is what put him into the lead, was a 791. He won't improve on that. He's jumped a 760. Very solid jump though.
Yeah, we also just briefly saw before McDonald's jump that hit that 5 metre mark. His fellow countryman in Shay Veach also improved on his positioning and jumped to 7:41. So our leaderboard after 4 attempts, Petrapakis with a 791, Rucker with 783, and Veach with 741.
And we've just, I think, got to cross back to the track. We have just one athlete in the women's 100 metre para. She's joined us from New Caledonia, racing under the French Federation flag. New Caledonia being an associate member of Oceania Athletics, and it's Anna Pipasega, who is, great to see her here.
She's got a bit on the schedule here in Darwin. This is her first event. And then she's got a pretty busy schedule over the next couple of days. She's competing in the javelin throw tomorrow. In the 200 metres, she's got the heat tomorrow morning. And then the discus on Wednesday. No doubt she'll probably find a way to make herself into the final of the 200. So at least another 3 events to come for her.
36-year-old.
Just recently completed the shot put.
And she's away.
Very jack of all trades athlete, isn't she?
Absolutely.
Yeah, just completed the shot put with a distance of 563 and a percentage score of 69.35. So we're just watching Pippa Sager. And a mighty effort from her. You mentioned before representing New Caledonia.
Yes, they are. Have been a great had some really good throwers over the journey at Oceania Championships, going back many years, but good to see them with some representation in the para events as well.
Definitely on my list of places to go to. The only footage you ever see of New Caledonia is just beautiful beaches and just somewhere to just relax.
Well, there's plenty of that across Oceania.
That's true.
No shortage of beach and water. Don't we love that?
I think we're very lucky with some of the scenery and the conditions that we get to live in. So we've just had Matthew Fisso from American Samoa. Jumper 6:30, still with a best result of 6:45, maintaining that 8th position. So these are the 5th attempts from all of the athletes.
Looks like Robert O from Papua New Guinea. Best so far is a 6:53. What's he got? Accomplished athlete. Seen him in Australia before, supporting our events.
He's ditched the hat as well, so
Yeah, he has ditched the hat. He looked pretty happy with that.
yeah, he looks very happy.
Gets the white flag. Officials working hard. Being a long jump official is hard work, pushing that sand. That chap that you're seeing there with the gloves and the hat is quite famous for his curation, and he's a New Zealand official, and I'm told that their national championships this year created a shape of a silver fern in the sand. Sand artist.
Mm.
Anyway, we're thrilled to have him here, and he's doing a great job, as are all the officials. And here's the athlete from the Cook Islands, revving the crowd up, looking for some support, beats the chest, slaps the thighs, shakes the head, and he's ready to go. What's he got?
This is an unbelievable launch, isn't it? Looking forward to this execution.
Fearsome. Ooh, he's very close there. We'll wait and see. He's smiling.
He's happy.
He's got the white flag. Puritau, 6:61, his previous best. He's very keen to hear what it is. Look, he's loitering near the officials. And he's got a 6:67. It's his best jump so far. So the big fire-up routine worked for him. He should do a bit more of that.
Yeah, potentially. Certainly executed that perfectly to improve his results. Mentioned before, he's just thrilled to be here. Loves any international competition.
It's the New Zealand, some vision there of the New Zealander McDonald in the long jump. Seen in the background, 100-metre men or under 18 boys getting ready. We'll have that vision to you shortly. We've got, here's our start list. In lane 1, Brooklyn Bennett from regional Australia. In 2, from Kiribati, Tiata Martina. In 3, from Australia, we've got Liam Griff. And look at this, it's again a good spread.
Really consistent times across the range.
Oceania record held by Gout.
Who?
Who? We're going to go to the track now. We can see our men. Here we go. We might start with some intros as these men make their way forward to the blocks. Having a bit of fun out there. The New Zealander, that looks like Riley Thomas. Yes, let's start again. In lane 1, Brooklyn Bennett, Regional Australia. In lane 2, Tiata Martina of Kiribati. In 3, Liam Griff, Australia. In 4, Samuel Magalisi, Australia. In 5, Matthew Green, Regional Australia. In 6, Kingston Menzies of Norfolk Island. In 7, Riley Thomas, New Zealand. In 8, Mason Green, Regional Australia. And in 9, Epiosi Ungumba of Australia. They are your starters for the men's 100 metre under 18. It's a straight final.
So 2 of those athletes are under 11 seconds, I should say, not in age, under 11 seconds. So keep an eye on
Epiosi in lane 9. It's a 10.83, and Samuel Magalhaes of Australia, a 10.61 PB. That's eyes on 4 and 9. Let's see what the others can bring in their way.
Ooh, I reckon there was an early start here.
Maybe our athlete from Kiribati. It looks like it may be Tiata Martina. Just looked to go early. But we'll see.
Never a good feeling.
The officials are better placed than we are as we get some vision of our leader of our men's long jump. What would be possibly his final jump in that competition, just while the 100 athletes are resetting. We'll keep an eye on his jump result and we will share it with you when we can.
Well, particularly because Rucker and Veach both fouled, so second and third.
So the good news here with the men's 100 under 18 is it looks like, oh, no. We've said goodbye to the athlete from Kiribati as suspected. It's always hard, but they're the rules. The officials doing a great job.
So the challenge here for these athletes is now to reset. You go into such a rhythm to build up for the final. Then when you get that false start, it really changes things up a little bit, and you start to second think about how you play the start. So the field of 9 now becomes a field of 8. That was a much cleaner start there. Good there from Martina. Now on the inside, we've got Magalhaes, who is flying. We've also got on the outer side Mugombe, but has he just limped over and
he's done his hammy. Yeah, Malgasi, the Australian, looked to have the race all stitched up, but instead, he's done a hammy at about the 90 metre mark. Might have held on.
He has.
He's held on, still run a 10.69.
Unbelievable.
Ran 90 metres and hopped for 10.
Yep.
And his fellow countryman Epiosi Ugbom from Australia in 10.72. In third place was Mason Green of the Regional Australia team. Matthew Green in fourth. Brooklyn Bennett in fifth. Liam Griff in sixth. Riley Thomas from New Zealand in seventh. In eighth, Kingston Menzies, and of course the athlete from Kiribati, unfortunately.
And I guess this is the story of the day, isn't it? An unbelievable finish, and has managed to find a way to still take out the 100 despite basically
collapsing on the 10 metres shy of the line. Great effort actually to stay upright and not interfere with any other athletes. He's clearly, shouldn't make light of it. He's clearly in a fair bit of pain, and will be an understatement. Will be very disappointed to be now dealing with an injury. Let's hope it's only a minor one, a cramp
Yep.
of some sort. But it certainly didn't look like it was anything minor. And we've got our women.
So a good finish there to the men's under 18 100 metres. Now we're just on standby for the final event on the track for this afternoon.
It is indeed, and it's the under 18 women's 100 metre race straight final. And in 2, Sadie Kawau of New Zealand. In 3, Sira Nasilivata of Fiji. In 4, Matilda Harrison, Australia. In 5, Leah Berry, Australia. In 6, Kate Philpott, Australia. In 7, Charlie Cox of the Regional Australia team. In 8, Madison Early, New Zealand. And in 9, Eden Moyle of the New Zealand team. They are your starters for the under 18 women's 100 metre run. Yes, again, not much between Matilda Harrison and Leah Berry in terms of PBs.
Keep an eye on Ely on the outer side from New Zealand as well. Has been in some pretty good shape and just recently run her best performances. So
that's early out in lane 8.
So if anyone's going to contend against these 3 Australians, with some really good clean starts here. Philpott was the better of the 3, but on the inner side, Harrison is certainly making some good inroads, and she's putting in a mighty performance with some competition there against Leah Berry. And I reckon
Harrison might have
Harrison's
just got
it. Good finish there from Berry to claw her way into that, but a very clean start there from Philpott as well.
Stayed nice and relaxed over the last section of the race. Good race also from the Fijian. So there's our winner, Matilda Harrison of Australia, in a good time, 11:82, just ahead of Leah Barry. We mentioned before the race, there's not much splitting them.
No.
There's a 100 splitting them from a PB, and there you go. Look at that result. And Madison Early from New Zealand in 3rd. Eden Moyle 4th. The Fijian we mentioned, Sira Nasilivata in 5th. Kate Philpott, Sadie Kawau from New Zealand, and then down to Charlie Cox from the Regional Australia team in 8. Congratulations to Matilda.
It was a great finish from her. You can just see just the fight and the grit in that final stages. Leah Berry did a really good job to claw herself back into that leadership contention.
Just really held her form nicely.
So we're back at the men's long jump, and we have Felix McDonald, who is currently sitting in 4th spot. Now, he did just jump a 7:20 and has decreased his margin against his fellow countrymen. So he's only 21 centimetres behind the top 3. So McDonald from New Zealand. Good accelerated speed, and he's not happy with that one either. So this one will be a low result, and fortunately that being his 6th attempt means that that's the end of the competition for him. We'll finish with the best result of 7:20 next to his name. So providing that we don't have any shock results, our top 3 look pretty much set. The question is going to be, in which order? Petra Parkis is in the lead with a 791. Rucker's only 8 centimetres behind him with 783. And then we got the New Zealand champion with a 741. That's who we've got up right now. So his last attempt was a foul, and he's now on his final attempt. So 7:41 is his best. And that was
Clean
quite
jump.
a far jump from the mat, but it was legal, so that's what we like. I reckon it's hard to tell. He smiled, but then he clapped, so I'm not sure where we stand here. I guess this is the guessing game. The reality is that we're probably looking for an 8-metre jump to win this.
Been a good day's competition here at Arafura Stadium. We brought to you by some fantastic partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Med, who are helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. So the Territory Sports Medicine practice might get a little bit of business this week. We may have just seen somebody who might be headed their way shortly. Let's hope not. Anyway, here we go. Javelin Rucker, the Aussie, trying to fire the crowd up for his last jump. His best of 7:83. He's currently sitting second. What's he got?
He just needs an improvement by 8 centimetres. And that looks pretty foully to me.
It's a red flag.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's his competition.
Yeah.
He will
He's not happy either.
have to be content with the silver medal.
Third place and bronze medalist in 14:43 for 94.80 from Australia, Marley Lovell. Second place and silver medalist in 12:44 for
There's one to come.
95.73 from Australia.
Interesting to see whether he can trouble
First place
the
and
meet
gold
record.
medalist
It's held by Liam Adcock.
13.63 from New Zealand, Danielle Aitchison.
So this is the final attempt for Alex Pitrapakis. 791, 760, and 790. Along with 2 fouls and make that 3 fouls.
He's bittersweet. He's big clap for the crowd. He's the Oceania champion 2026. No doubt would have liked a little more with that last jump, but he's had a good competition.
And look, considering that his personal best is 796, to have jumped a couple of 790s and then that 796 all within a month or two is a pretty good performance.
It certainly is.
Particularly for someone who's only 21 years of age, so there's still plenty of years for him to build.
Got a promising future. Queensland-based athlete. It's been a good day of competition here at Arafura Stadium. Draws to a close. The last of our events for the day. And what did you make of it? Highlights?
I'll tell you what, I think the first highlight is being here in this beautiful city of Darwin. We're seeing a few magnificent images, but yeah, just the city of Darwin has certainly shown their true colours, and we've seen a great crowd. Not sure what the highlight is. I think for me the highlight was probably the under-18 men's high jump. I think seeing the record fall and watching Grafton jump a 209, I think was a magnificent performance from him.
He got quite close on those. I was going to say PB attempts, definitely PB, almost like I call it a double PB,
Yeah.
really. He was unlucky not to get an even higher jump recorded, but great jumping by him. Great fun and games had by all. And so, look, I think we're pretty excited. Championships are off to a good start. We'll be back tomorrow. There's some great racing ahead. And we look forward to your company.
Thank you so much for the day, Matt. It's been a pleasure to be sitting alongside you, or sitting or standing. I mean, we've kind of been up and down for most of the day, haven't we? It's been standing for most of the time because there's been so much excitement that it's hard to keep us seated.
We can't sit still. So, look, we're going to wrap it up from there today. I think a great start. There's some vision from Oceania Championships past. A great start. Thank you for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and have a great night and come back ready for more tomorrow.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby! And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
At the Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen!
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.
What on earth is going on in Budapest?
And the whole world is watching.
See you in Budapest.
Don't miss it.
Just like that, a star is born.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.